So, centuries ago, the Dunlap Valley was successfully liberated by a hero that had earned the moniker. Let me finish. That had earned the moniker Ember Knight. After this success, the darkness that had spread wide across the land, bringing plague and famine, receded, and an esteemed wizard that specialized in alchemy settled in and built his home, a tower, on a hill in the Dunlap Valley. This wizard was pretty good at his craft, and in his benevolence, two towns sprung up on opposite sides of his sphere of influence. This wizard was a master brewer, able to concoct any potion, any imbibement, any elixir, and used his inventions for good. Where plants had withered in the darkness, this wizard of legend had brewed liquids that were able to bring nourishment to the landscape, and the land was fertile once more. The two towns, as they became known as Blank-Slate and Matsabel, were able to enjoy a certain degree of peace and prosperity, the benevolent wizard ever rejuvenating the earth. Peace returned to Dunlap Valley and the neighboring regions. In the spirit of renewal and new beginnings, both of these towns became melting pots for bright-eyed and bushy-tailed adventurers, some fitting the bill more literally than others. Generations later, the darkness, true to prophecy, came again and blanketed the land in foul magics. The wizard was forced to leave and seek greener pastures, unable to contend with the return of a curse so ancient. Thanks to this wizard's influence on the neighboring towns over the years, however, a new Ember Knight rose from a wanderer that eventually reached the town of Blank-Slate. Along with a band of trusted companions, this curse was destroyed once more. The town that you are currently in is called Matsabel, which is the sister and opposite town to Blank-Slate that was able to flourish because of the noble new Ember Knights. Further solidified the area was as a place where people where people looking to get their start can find like-minded individuals and form a group and set out to make their name and jumpstart their career. The wizard never returned, leaving his tower to ruin. Even without this guidance, though, the area was able to prosper and stand on its own, encouraging new heroes and heroines to seek greatness. Which leads us to Matsabel Square. Matsabel is known for its massive job board, 20 feet long, stretching 7 feet tall. It's always crowded by starry-eyed, spry groups looking for their next jobs. One of the prominent postings is from the Wizard's Tower Brewing Company, a craft brewery known for its hoppy summer ales, and also owing no small part to its specialized bourbon. It is in dire need of help from a band of reliable and affordable adventurers. The owner has posted a job on this and other local notice boards all around, and is calling in favors from friendly innkeepers all over town to spread the urgent word. Looped Coil, you're standing there at the bulletin board scanning for the next adventure. The prominent colors and noble writing on this particular job note for the brewing company catches your keen eyes. Vrynna, you're having a sip and seeking to prove yourself. Your ears are always open for the next gossip. Upon hearing this about the brewing company, you ask around and buy the local beer aficionados a drink in exchange for the information of where the tower is. Aloe, talking to an old friend, who gives you the news that there's trouble up at the brewery. You head on up to check it out. The brewery is between Matsabel and the next town over called Blank-Slate. Around halfway there, halfway between the two. It's a prime location, really. You just take a left and find the dirt road. It leads a mile or two away and up a hill. You've all heard that there used to be something else here long ago before the darkness, but here's the brewery. You each follow the whimsical trail of adventure, taking a jaunt perhaps a mile or two out of town, and then you wind your way up this long old dirt road, and you come up to this low hill. As you near the top, a large stone building comes into view, flanked on each sides by barns, and there's a windmill not too far away. The building is flat-topped, with smoke rising from a chimney. This, supplemented by the flicker of lamplight inside, suggests that there are people inside going about their business. By the door is a brightly painted sign that reads, Wizard's Tower Brewing Company and Bar. Booker's blurb will cure what ails ya. Ale is spelled A-L-E.
Naturally.
Of course.
Currently closed for renovation. By sheer coincidence of fate, the moment you arrive, two other adventurer-looking sorts also walk to the front of the establishment. That's the three of you. So as you all congregate to the same place by absolute coincidence and spontaneity, please describe your appearance and how you're walking up to the door and whether or not you address the other two people that arrived at the moment you did.
Looped Coil is a Tabaxi. He is wearing, basically simple clothing, sort of brown fabric, nothing especially fancy. He looks over the other two and says absolutely nothing.
Okay, I guess we're going right to left. Vrynna, tall, white-haired human, wearing like fairly standard like chainmail armor, but with some like white fur, I guess like flourishes. Oh, well, not like flourishes, but like sort of underneath it, just to keep warm.
Makes sense.
And it's bad freaking roleplay, but she also looks at both of you. Says nothing, but she looks at the. Actually, no. She just sort of keeps moving. She would be moving just towards the brewery. She wouldn't care about you two.
Alright. Well, Aloe's a Kanku. He's pretty small, about 5 feet tall. Thin guy. Nothing too spectacular physically. He's got a bit of leather armor, fashioned a bit like a cloak, but he never wears the hood for some reason. And, when he sees both of you, he makes a few clicking noises and extends his hands.
As in to shake.
Yeah?
Looped Coil notices that you extend your hand and extends his out as well, and shakes your hand.
Nice.
Wait, so do you just like extend both your hands out? Bennett looks at the small bird and I guess seeing Looped Coil shake your hand, I guess takes your other hand, even though it's like probably would have, since this is the second person, it's gonna be like your left hand, and that's just awkward.
Sure is.
Your left. But she says her name, Vrynna.
Cool. Aloe says, I'm Aloe. Nice to meet you.
Looped Coil looks between the both of you and brings out a length of rope, loops it, coils it, and shows it, then stows it away.
You see this Tabaxi take out a piece of rope, do something with it, then kind of point at it and then put it away. Just to put that in perspective.
Right.
Introductions made. Introductions made, and you are now at least confused. Somewhat familiar with each other. Perhaps more confused than familiar, and even more estranged. Before you lies the brewery company and bar that you have that has piqued your interest. Ahead of you is a stone building. It's got a large entry door, and then beside the door to the right is the sign saying Wizard's Tower Brewing Company and Bar. There's the bustle and sign that you can feel even from outside. What do you guys do?
Looped Coil proceeds forward to the entrance to the bar.
Okay.
And sort of looks back behind him.
Yeah.
Uh,
Follow up.
Aloe follows behind at a slight distance.
Vrynna, still thinking about that rope, realizes they've started walking into the building and follows.
Coil pushes open the door.
Okay. Inside, you see quite a few people. Just many different people. You see dwarves, you see humans. There's a turtle around. Large tables, stools, bars. Many lamps lighting the way. Just everyone in here appears to be busy. They've got clipboards. They're all kind of taking stock and maneuvering things around, just making sure everything is in order. Everyone looks busy, like they have purpose here. For at the moment, when you open the door, a human looks up at you, and that is close to the door. Then begins taking a few steps towards you. Hello. Gives you all a once over. A weird look creeps into his countenance, and then closes the door. We're closed.
Sorry. What exactly did the job posting say? Or did it say exactly what?
The job posting, let's see, you heard about it from gossip. So you would know that they were looking for adventurers to take care of a particular incident that happened at the Wizard's Harbor Company. There wasn't a whole lot of information.
Okay.
A whole lot of specific information, but specifically, we're looking for adventurers. There's something at the brewing company that can only be done by the adventurer.
Okay.
You guys hear some footsteps walking away from the door.
I think I'll creep up to the door with little respect for personal space. Pop it open again.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Are they listening to me right now? Can they hear?
When you open the door, the human does turn around and look at you guys again. And upon seeing you, says, leave the packages by the door. We'll get them later.
Sir, we're here for the job. The job you posted on the job board?
Job? What job? Oh. Booker! It's your people. He appears to gesture his head towards a gnome with fiery red hair, and then who looks up from a stack of books, stack of ledgers, and they two have a brief conversation. Human wanders over somewhere else, and then who strides towards you is a little gnome man. He is a He is a fairly young gnome who, nevertheless, sports an impressive beard and a veritable mane of red hair with a little white swoosh in it. He's got small reading glasses on his nose, and sort of like a dark green tunic that has this deep U cut into it that exposes his ribs, or rather would if he weren't wearing a very flared white just dress shirt underneath. He's got some leather boots on, and he's got many little pouches and little tiny empty vials all around his belt, and he's got like this sort of belt kind of sash that goes goes diagonally over his chest. He bids you all welcome. Says, hello, my name is Booker. You must be the adventurers, I can tell from your weapons and your magical tools.
Indeed.
He gives you all a big smile.
Lift Coil nods.
Well, if you are here for the job, come on in. Let us speak and discuss. He waves you all in and begins walking. He leads you to a large table. Come sit with me at this big table. Have a seat, and he bids you all to sit down next to him with a wine gesture. Sit here. And he walks around to the other side, sort of whispers something to an attendant that also has a clipboard, and she walks away to the back into presumably the kitchen. And you are left here with this gnome. Well, actually, Loop, you would know that he's just asking her to fetch something.
Okay.
Well, hello, I'm glad to see that you three responded to my summons around the realm. You see, my name is Booker Noe. We are an excellent establishment here, the Wizard's Tower Brewing Company. The business is doing well, and we're looking to expand our operations. Tell me about yourselves. To whom do I owe the pleasure of speaking with?
Looped Coil points to himself, takes the coiled rope out again, lays it on the table, and points to it. He then tries to he pulls out both hands and makes some quick gestures with them in the direction of the gnome. I'm going to assume that the gnome doesn't understand. Is that correct?
The Booker is a little confused by your rope gesture of coiling around. Then he sees you make these gestures, and then his brow kind of rises in a moment in surprise, and then he makes a wordless kind of noise when he opens his mouth, and he to your surprise he actually signs to you. My name is Booker.
Oh,
Nice.
Looped Coil's face lights up, big smile, and he nods vigorously, and then signs back. And I'll DM you what he signs back, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
While that's happening, other people can do stuff since.
Well, Loop, tell me about Looped Coil. Tell me about your friends here. You seem like you have a couple. You seem like you have some companions here.
Loop continues signing.
He signs back. Yes, I see.
Got it.
Aloe places a little claw on the table, looks at Booker, asks him a very serious question. Who is this cat guy?
What do you mean? The cat next to you?
Yeah, he's not my friend. I don't know him. He kind of
Yeah, we don't know each other at all.
My mistake. You all came in at the same time. I assumed you were a group. My apologies.
Fair assumption. I think we all just came here for the same job at the same time.
Very fair. I have spread word long and wide. The Tabaxi next to you is named Looped Coil. He,
Oh, I see.
he is a signer.
That wasn't a threat.
Believe me, I was as confused as you at first, but indeed, it is not a threat. He is merely a signer.
I see.
Okay.
Aloe turns to Loop Coil, places a hand on his shoulder,
Looped Coil turns.
and just kind of
A bit
frowns.
surprised. What was that? Frowns?
Uh-huh. Aloe doesn't know how to apologize. He's sorry for being insensitive.
Loop sort of looks between you and Booker, and then quickly signs. I guess I'll just say it out loud. Your characters won't understand it, but he signs. Would you tell them that I can read lips?
But Booker nods and signs to you, just saying he begins signing. So he is attempting to apologize in his dialect, in his sign. But he begins doing that, it's oh wait, that's stupid. And then He relays the information to Vrynna and Aloe.
Okay.
He can. This Tabaxi can read lips. You need only garner his attention, and then you may speak and communicate. And communicate, I definitely encourage. I have a job for the 3 of you. It may take all 3 of you to complete. At this time, the woman that Booker spoke to comes back with 3 flagons. She sets them down in front of each of you. This dark, kind of like golden liquid. And then Booker asks her to, or asks her for something else, and then she goes into a different room this time. Loop, you would know that he's asking her to fetch the papers, whatever those are.
Okay.
So, before you all is a flagon, and Booker also takes like a flask from like a personal pouch and sips it as well. Please drink. I invite you to. This is a flagon of loose tannin, each for all of you on the house.
Loop picks up the flagon, brings it up to his face, gives it a sniff, and then smiles and puts it down again.
The smell you smell is actually, it contains notes of grapefruit, herbs, and pine.
Very earthy flavor. Vrynna goes to take like a hearty swig, I guess, but like she kind of murmurs to herself, like, I hope we don't get paid in beer.
Aloe looks down at his beer, peeks over to his left, glares up at the gnome.
The gnome is smiling at you. He appears to be waiting for you to take this customary drink before continuing on.
Aloe asks, "Is this free?"
Indeed it is. I do not expect payment. In fact, I am paying you.
Aloe glares back down at the drink, leans forward a bit, sticks his little beak right into the mug.
The smell of grapefruit, pine, and just herbs washes over your olfactory sense.
Aloe leans back up. "I'm sorry, sir, I don't drink."
That's fine. Water for you.
Sick.
So for Vrynna, this golden draft, it has, as you take a swig of it, it has an immediate bitterness that is then subdued by a floral quality that pervades the taste. It's creamy in your mouth, and it's got a backbone of malt that balances out the triple hopped beer.
Vrynna, like, her eyebrows, they go up. Is this roll for it? This beer was really good, apparently. Roll for beer flavor.
You gain 4 temporary HP, and it also, like, this particular beer is infused in such a manner that it confers an alertness, and you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Cool. Yeah, so like her eyebrows like rise up as she's drinking it, and she kind of like holds it up for longer than a regular swig as if to keep drinking because it's very good.
Glug.
She's just glugging it down.
Okay.
And she like kind of slams it down. Well, not slam, but like, hardly puts it down, and it's like, wow, that's very good stuff. better than any cheap beer I've had.
Loop Coil, he's got his hands, on the table, and he sort of starts at the slam. Just a bit.
Okay. Booker smiles, seeing that his gift is not wholly denied, and then he continues as the lady comes by and drops a stack of papers in front of Booker. He distributes them to all, and they appear to have the terms of the job and it's very much similar to what Booker is explaining to you. The lady walks away and goes back to her clipboard, checking off stocks and kind of like tapping barrels on the side and looking around. Booker continues with his fiery mane shaking with his mouth movements, and he appears to talk with his hands and gesturing around. He's a very animated gnome. My name is Booker Noe. To give a little background of myself, I am a 6th generation distiller from a line of brewers and master elixirist. The brand began as bottlings of bourbon personally selected from barrels. Originally as bottled straight from the barrels, gifts to close friends and family. As praise grew and gifts to close friends began to be shared to other close friends of close friends and their friends there came into being an exponential demand when it all got traced back to my grandpa. Cut forward some generations of Noe brewer gnomes, and here you have me, Booker, the most successful by far, expanding into his own with a bottle of Booker's Blurb leading the way. Each barrel selected individually by myself and aged at the center of the rack house, where the temperature and humidity are most favorable for our fine spirits. I've even won some tasting accolades. The dark rich brown liquid of Booker's Blurb packs a serious punch with its high proof. We have a robust, sweet, smooth flavor with cedar notes that we are particularly proud of. Here in this new place, we're basing our limited edition releases. It's necessary to build a new location so that it does not interfere with the regular blurb processing. Business has been doing well. We were looking to expand our operations. In order to do this, we needed to first expand our beer cellar. I had some workmen down there digging out some extra room when they uncovered an old wall, the remnant of some forgotten ruin, presumably. Curious, they knocked a hole in the wall, only to be attacked shortly after by black rats the size of dogs. Big dogs, too. We're talking rodents of an unusual size, you know. These emerged from the darkness on the other side of this and swarmed the cellar. I should know, I took a look. We'd all managed to escape with nothing worse than a few cuts and bruises, but the cellars are completely unusable. If we want to get production starting again, I need adventurers to deal with the giant rat infestation. Usually we have good relations with Matsabu, and we have success. From whatever we need. I'm not sure where the rats came from, but the brewery took its name from an old wizard's tower that used to be here on the site, so maybe it has something to do with that. What do you think so far?
Aloe raises an eyebrow. Says, you say you came from a line of elixirists, correct?
Indeed. That is I. Boko Noe. He gives you a little smile. He's very proud of it.
So, Booker, would you happen to have any elixirs that might help us on this adventure?
You know, I can. Roll a d6.
Alright.
In the interest of goodwill, and of course I want to see you succeed, allow me. Roll a d6 in the chat. You can do that by doing just what you did.
Yep.
He draws an empty vial from his from one of his many satchels. He gives it like a flip and a finger between his fingers, like his digits. And as he does, liquid seems to magically exist in the vial and shake and when it gets through all of his fingers, he now holds in his hand a sort of yellow drow liquid. He smiles, holding it up. He's confident in his skills, and then he gives it to you. You may have this. That one, I believe, is a... hold on. Sniffs it. This is the quicker one. Drinking this, you'll find yourself endowed with a mighty speed, my friend.
Okay.
Luke takes a look down at the paper he was given. Does it say anything else about the job, or is it just sort of what he read on the board?
It summarizes what you read on the board, and it does have more information. It also contains the terms of the job. The terms, as you read, are that the party disposes of the rats, find out where they came from, and find out where they came from, and then the reward is 25 gold per party member. That is what you read. Booker appears to be continuing to wait for how you all feel about it in his verbal conversation, though.
Luke looks up, nods, and signs. This seems agreeable.
Vrynna, I guess. Well, this seems like a simple enough job. I'll do it.
Aloe asks one more question. Sir, you said this was built on, a wizard's tower?
There is that legend, yes. Was no wizard's tower when I came here, but I would not be surprised.
And the basement is full of giant rats, you say?
Much to my chagrin. It is a regrettable thing. I wish to see it the opposite of that very soon. Ergo, I hired you. Terms of the job.
All right.
I would like to see you dispose of these rats, no matter how. I care not. Find out where they came from. Make sure we do not have any similar surprises in the future. In return, I'll give you 25 gold each and perhaps a selection from my personal collection.
Not sure I trust that that's all that's going on here, but I'll do it.
If you find out what else is going on here, my friend, I would be deeply interested to know. And that is not a pun on my last name.
All right. You've got a deal.
Excellent. Now, come with me. I will show you to the room where we may enter the cellar. Booker scoots out, stands up, bids you all follow him, and he leads you to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there are a couple dwarves that are preparing various things about the bar, just getting bar snacks, pretzels, sandwiches, and melts. They are also kind of maneuvering around and reorganizing the wines and sorry, not wines, the bourbons and drinks. Booker takes out a keyring and he gives it a couple flips around his index finger, and then in the same deft motion he catches it on one key. This way is to the trapdoor. He unlocks it. Are you all ready then?
Vrynna nods.
I believe so.
Luke nods.
Excellent. He opens the door to the cellar, and there is a hatch that Booker points his palm at, and he does sort of some kind of little wiggle finger motion. You can see the faint sparkle of magic around his digits as he brings his hand around and then gives sort of a 2-finger lift up motion, and the hatch opens on its own. Just there you are, my friends. As you go down, we will close the hatch. We can't have any of those nasty rats running around here. That'd be poor for business, you understand. So, you will be by yourself down there. Simply, when you return, knock in a particular motion so that we can know that it is you, my friends, the adventurers, and not some very clever rat. And we shall have a complete task on hand. Good luck, and so long.
Before I go down there, let me make sure I've actually got that potion.
Oh yeah, it is a let's see here. It is definitely on your person. There is it's the one thing I didn't prepare. Hang on. The trick to D&D is to prepare nothing, by the way.
It's true.
All right, in your inventory, Aloe is a potion of swiftness.
Nice.
You can see it in your consumables. And then Vrynna's the only one that drank the loose tannin.
Yes.
Cheers, so.
Okay, I had fully expected everyone to drink it, so let me deselect a checkpoint. However, your water was very tasty. You know, nicely filtered, distilled. Excellent, truly. Okay. And then, yep, so Booker bids you all to descend down the hatch, and and then Aloe, you check your belongings, making sure that you have the vial stowed away in an easy to get to spot.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. And preparing yourselves, you all descend down into the cellar. So, let me get that going, move y'all here, and let me kick Rhythm out. And let me turn on the actual music. So, as you descend, whoops, that's not it. As you descend, the wooden stairs creak in response to your weight as you descend into the cool, dry air of the cellar. Smell of beer and damp fur is infused into the air. There, as you walk down, there's the railing that is keeping you steady. There's the rock wall on the left, and there's a wooden wall to your right. As you enter in, there's the light from the kitchen that is allowing you to see where you're going. As you all manage to get down in the hatch where it wouldn't bonk you in the head, Booker gives you one last good luck and closes it. You hear just like a as he appears to have locked it. And you are all in, let's see, darkness, except for Aloe. You are... No, sorry, other way around. None of you are in darkness except for Aloe. Vrynna and Looped Coil, you do see where you're at.
Okay.
Aloe, as the hatch behind you closes, it's just your vision goes pitch.
Okay.
Because there is no light here.
So
before I continue, would you like to do something about that?
Yeah, I'd like to break the flame.
Okay.
Maybe have that bad boy float around my head. Help me out a little.
Sick. All right. So, Aloe, seeing that there is no darkness, or sorry, seeing that there is only darkness here, you give a little and gesture your hands in such a motion that you light up and create a little mote of flame. It hovers in your palm for a moment before you give it a little spin, and it starts orbiting your head in a random motion, ever changing. It's not in one pattern at all, and it lights up the area around you.
Loop, feels the heat of the flame, sees the light, turns around, and sort of raises an eyebrow at Aloe.
It's dark.
Loop thinks about it for a bit, and then he goes, he has the sort of "oh" expression, and he pulls out a torch and lights it using the flame above Aloe's head.
Wow.
Aloe, this Tabaxi is taking advantage of your flame, just like pokes it with a stick even, and takes some of the heat. And Looped, your torch is now lit, and you also have a torch. There you go. So there are now 2 things. So this cellar, previously completely dark. Much of the floor is taken up by barrels and casks of beer that make it hard to see the entire room at once as you're descending down. It's obvious that the only relatively clear area is towards the far side of the cellar, which is you can see the dirt floor littered with stones and workman's tools. You can just barely make out the edge of what looks to be a tunnel or a cavern that must be where the workmen were clearing out for the expansion. Somewhere in the darkness you can hear the scrabbling sound of claws on floorboards and faint squeaking noise. As you guys look up, there's more stone foundation where there's rafters holding everything up for support. Around you there's the cool stone wall, the flat stone floor, and many, many barrels. What do you guys do?
Luke sort of takes a step forward, traces one paw along the barrel next to him, and his eyes are like flitting around the room, trying to take in as much information.
Okay, give me a
as he can.
Perception check, please.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can click skills and perception.
Rest of you. Loop, you're kind
I know less about the room.
Somehow you forget things about the room. Loop, you're actually you're still a little distracted by the orbital flame that Aloe has created. But using your torch, you're actually trying to be careful not to bring it too close to the wooden barrels. So you're a little distracted by trying to remain safe.
Yeah.
Guess Vrynna just sort of shrugs at Aloe's floating fire and try to do a perception check as well.
Okay. Vrynna, you scan around the room with your dark vision. What the heck is going on here? Aloe, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Okay.
Can I take a look around the room too?
You can.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it. I will never tell you no.
I guess I'll look sort of towards the opening specifically.
Okay. You look around and see the... So go ahead and roll your perception check, Aloe. Excellent.
Oh wait, was that right?
No,
I didn't do that
you
check.
rolled a 14. So for perception, add a 5 to that. So yeah, that's 19.
Okay.
Vrynna, you're looking around. You see the rubble that has been piled high on the opposite side of the room. There's pickaxes and hammers made for smashing and chipping away areas. It seems all kind of left down haphazardly, as if it wasn't put away properly. Much to the description that Booker gave you, it was in an escape attempt. You guys do hear the kind of like cheeping and the rat noises and scrabbling around. Aloe, as you jump down off of the landing to the right, landing amid some barrels that are holding some casks of ale and bourbon and other spirits. Look around, take a gander. There's the large barrel in front of you. It's got the lever on it.
Right.
And then there's all sorts of other barrels. And then naturally you do see Vrynna also, you hear it and then it draws your attention down. Aloe, you see this tiny rat. It's kind of like cheep, 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 sniffing around, whiskers going everywhere. Pss, 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 pss. It gives a little sniff to you guys. And then it goes about its ratty business. Not as advertised, surely. This is a normal-sized rat.
Vrynna jokes. I guess giant is relative.
Yeah. The guy was pretty small.
Luke is still scanning the room and focusing on not setting the barrels on fire so he doesn't catch this.
Okay. Cheep, cheep. Rat kind of moves away from you for a little bit. Before you lies the room.
Luke sort of slowly starts walking forward.
Okay. Aloe and Vrynna, you see your Tabaxi companion just begin walking away from you with a torch, checking out the cavern. What do you guys do in response?
I'm just gonna follow at a distance.
Yeah, I guess keep going down because definitely nothing's attacked us yet. We don't see anything.
All right.
So just gonna keep going down.
Okay. As you
Trying
guys
to look for rats.
As you guys maneuver forward, moving past the barrels and heading towards the cavern, searching for rats, you do see a surge of movement, and all at once, all these rats seem to come out of nowhere and beset upon you. They come out of the piles of rubble that come out from under the barrels all around you, and just cheep. Suddenly there is just a surge of movement all around, just as these rats sense food, and they're all very hungry. And so everybody go and roll initiative.
And we have to click the toggle combat state thing first, correct?
You can hit utility and roll initiative, and it skips that part.
There's no actor in your currently viewed scene.
Alright, now try it.
There we go.
What? Wait, those aren't my dice.
Loop didn't do a very
There
good
we go.
All these rats.
There's a lot of rats.
There's so many rats.
Also, as a reminder, and also as a new thing to Thulius, I have the inability to roll low, so prepare for that.
Wait, did I have my advantage?
I don't know, one of those rats rolled pretty low.
I did, okay.
Okay. So, these rats all come at you all at once, just out of nowhere. They're coming out of the woodwork. They're coming out of the stonework. They're coming out of the cavern. They are all rushing you and going to, looking very aggressive. And, they're all upon you. So, this rat here, from behind, Aloe, there's rats even from behind. It was lurking under the stairwell.
Wow.
Comes from behind and goes and lunges at you with a mouth like little daggers. Misses terribly, and
Cool.
At the last moment, you sense the presence moving on you from behind without even looking. You just lurch yourself to the right, and you manage to evade. This rat here, from underneath the barrel, is going to snap at looped Coil's feet. And fail horribly.
Amazing. I have the inability to roll low, he says.
Yeah, just wait. if I acknowledge it, it suppresses it for a moment.
For a moment.
It tries to come out from under the barrel and immediately goes snapping at your ankles. It can't quite unwedge itself from between the two barrels for a moment, and it announces its presence a little too early, and whoop, there you go. However, this rat surges forward. I'm a rat. And they have pack tactics, so they're going to attack with advantage.
Makes sense.
While you are
hits.
while you were distracted with this rat making this ruckus behind you underneath the barrel, this other rat comes up and just nips at your knee, just and takes a whopping one hit point of chunk out of it.
Just a little.
Ow, that kind of stung.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then, with a surge of motion, rat. This rat's also upon you.
Advantage. Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's a critical hit. Yeah.
Yep.
This rat, as these rats come out from everywhere, just
Wowie.
literally out of the woodwork. The sudden surprise of 3 rats in an instant upon you, Looped Coil. This one just kind of lunges on you and just rips out a section of your torso. It's you're now bleeding. That kind of hurts. Vrynna off to the side. Cheep, 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 cheep. This one is going to attempt to sink its teeth into you. And fail horribly. you sense the rat coming at you, and you just take your maul and just kind of like poke at it and bat it away. It's like, no, get away!
Just kind of push it away.
Yeah. And then let's see back here. Cheep, 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 cheep. You hear scuffling of the rats in the distance as they come at you. Which brings us to Vrynna. Suddenly, in a complete freak change of events, there are many rats in the cellar. It is actually as advertised. What do you do?
Well, so as she like pushes away or like stops the rats, I guess like attack on me, I go and just like swing, bring my maul down upon the rat.
Do it. I dare you. 11 hits.
Cool.
Yo!
That's a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a two-handed, you know,
Okay.
like slam down.
The one to your right that you poked away?
Yeah.
Okay.
I sort of like pushed away and then like, or I put my maul in front of it to stop its like leaping attack, I assume, and like then slam down on it with the maul.
Sick. You effing kill
Poor
it. The rat is leaping towards you. You just kind of like bat it away. No, haha! And then it moves backward for a moment and then takes a leap at you, and you just go kung and slam it into the ground with your maul.
Perfect.
Looped Coil. Everything is rats.
Everything is rats. Loop Coil, taken aback by the rat that has chomped his side, sort of drops the torch. But he's not too put off. He draws his short sword and is going to take a swing at this rat directly in front of him.
Okay. Do it.
Roll.
I dare you. So, that definitely hits.
So now we roll damage.
5 damage. Okay. Just you cut. You gouge out a good chunk of this rat. It's barely hanging on.
And then I am going to use. Did that put it in chat?
Yeah, it did.
Yes.
A Step of the Wind to take the disengage action. And I'm going to sort of back up and then turn to face the rat that is next to Aloe.
Okay. To your side, you hear just the little cheep cheep from the rat next to you. The smaller, regular-sized rat. Aloe, you see Vrynna just whack-a-mole a rat straight to the ground. Bong! Very valiant. And then you see the Tabaxi ahead of you swipe at the one of the very large, unusually sized rats, and then move back to next to you. And there's a rat behind you that you managed to dodge. What do you do?
What do I do here? Okay. I think. Oh, I can't. That guy's got a torch.
The torch is on the ground, but there is still a torch.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
There is light here.
I guess while you're thinking, Vrynna, I guess, like, notices Luke jump away, and she says plenty loud, but, making sure her face is not visible by the Coil. I thought cats were supposed to chase rats.
Wow.
Love it.
I think I'll move over here
Okay.
and then chuck my flame at this rat boy right here.
Hiya! Okay. So go ahead and put produce flame in the chat. You hit the d20 thingy that I showed you the other day. And then roll for an attack to see if you hit.
This is normal, right? No advantage or
Yes.
Yeah,
disadvantage?
just regular normal. It'll always be normal unless otherwise. 22
Okay.
definitely hits. Strong
Nice.
first roll.
Click damage.
Yeah, so then roll for damage.
And do I hit crit here?
No,
Nope.
Or...
it's just
Okay.
it's always going to be a regular. It's always going to be regular damage unless you roll a 20 on the attack roll.
Okay, so
Or I
bonuses don't... Like, the bonuses adding up to over 20 doesn't make it a crit?
No.
No, it's
Okay.
only if you roll a
It has
20
to be-
on the die face,
Okay.
A natural 20,
as they say.
as it were. 7. Nice.
Okay. All right. So you snap your. Do you have talons or do you have digits?
I've got talons.
You snap your talons together and you produce a mote of flame. You pull it from the arcane weave with the magical spark of clicking your talons together, and you wing it in a spiral motion at this rat. It beans it right in this big coarse furred face, and it singes all the fur away. It makes rodents of unusual size noises and it falls down dead.
Rodents of unusual size noises.
You have slain the rat. Well done.
Yeah.
All right, now it's time for me to go to Rat Town.
Now it's time for you to Rat Town. Speaking
Rat
of
City.
Rat City, Rat City, and hiya! This one is going to come out of the cavern and then
That hits.
17 hits. Let's see here, 3 damage to you. Okay.
Wait, I could do this in the system. I don't have to go to the character, right? Apply
Yeah,
damage.
Yeah,
can
you
right-click.
can. Yeah, select your token, then right-click the damage. Apply damage.
Sick.
What a great program. Alright. So, Vrynna, as the Tabaxi leaves you by yourself, you feel like this undulating, veritable swarm of rats begin to coalesce around you. Oops, not you. Coalesce around you, and here they come.
So does it have to exceed, or can it equal?
Meet or exceed.
Oh,
Meet or
meter exceed?
okay.
Okay.
Then that hits.
Okay.
That also hits.
And that does
2
not.
instances.
That one does not.
So, and then let's see here. The rats are all around you. You got rats hanging off of you. Like there's like a rat just chomping on your hip. Just it's swinging around with you as you move. 7 points of damage. The small rat next to you, Luke's Coil, just goes cheep cheep and I think leaves.
Who would have thought?
It is now very scared by all the rats that are much larger, and it goes to hide underneath the barrels. This rat just more rats. Dang it!
Oh, jeez.
All right, an 18.
It's in.
4 more damage.
Oh my goodness.
Vrynna,
Okay. I'm chunky, so we're good.
so the rats
Can I
are all
see my
moving
friends
around, and it's like they're just they're legit swarming you. This is what it feels like to be a piece of cheese. You are actually in Rat City.
I was wondering if there's any way for me to see other people's health.
No, there is not.
No.
Okay.
It is not technically a thing in D&D that you just know other people's health.
Right. Just making sure.
Yeah, so there isn't. But yeah. Vrynna, you're in Rat City. What do you do?
First thing I'm gonna do is definitely gonna use Second Wind.
Okay.
Let's heal myself a little bit. Alright, better than enough.
Decent amount.
Pretty good. Apply healing. Alright, and then for my actual action. Is this an actual action? Oh wait, that's right. I'm just gonna. There's so many dang rats. I'm just gonna go for
So
it.
many dang rats.
Stupid.
Okay.
Hold on. So how does this? Alright, so I shift, and then.
Then you roll a d6. And then change your AC to 17.
Same.
Is that what it sounds like when you shift? Burn, burn, burn.
That's the noise. No, that's the noise that Looped Coil made when he got hit. With a rat. He opens his mouth, just.
Okay, and then you have 2 temporary HP rather than being healed.
Yeah. Yeah. So, well,
You can key it in where it says plus
That-
temp.
change anything? But I mean, it's still technically like. Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah, so instead of
I don't-
being at... Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't realize you can actually like click there.
There you go.
All right.
Alright, so...
So
when you shift into this form, what was this? Paint us a picture.
Vrynna just sort of like yells at like too many rats, and like as she sort of says that, her voice kind of like becomes more bestial, and she, I guess, like she's already like 7 feet tall, and she just, I guess, like grows larger. She gets like taller, and like it's hard to tell. Like there's now something like more white fur than like where the. I'm pretty sure that's where the like white fur flourishes in her armor were. As like her head just totally becomes like a. Hold on. That work. Update token. She becomes a bear.
Error. Okay.
There we go.
As you
She becomes like yeah.
as you shift into your more bestial form, you let out an almost animalistic roar, and the fur from your armor kind of absorbs into your head, and you are now more bear-like, and your posture kind of hunches over more as you grip your maul, sort of dragging along the cellar floor.
Yeah. And can action surge. Why not? Just go smack some rats as a bear.
Well, right now that's a bonus action.
Oh, is
so
it a bonus? Wait.
Shifting is a bonus action.
But I've already used bonus action for second one.
Oh, then you can't actually do that.
Unfortunate.
Oh. Huh? Okay, well,
You-
can
you
I just
only-
say,
you
like,
only-
an action surged before I...
Action surge only gives you an action. It doesn't give you a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
So you can either
okay.
second
Well-
wind or you can shift. But as for shifting, it's you also have temporary hit points. In addition to the d6, you get temporary hit points equal to your level plus your Constitution modifier. So you actually have 7 total. I've already keyed it in for you.
Okay.
But so you can either second wind or you can shift, because they are both bonus actions, and you only get one bonus action. Action surge only gives you another action.
Got it. I thought I could, like, do one of them as an action, and then action surge, but, that's fine. I guess then I'll just shift,
Okay,
and I guess we'll lose the 6 HP.
I got you. All right, go for it.
Alright, well, then whatever. Let's just smack some rats.
Go for it.
Rat smack. Rat smack.
Rat smack, rat smack.
It literally does not matter which rat I hit. You could choose this. You could choose which one.
Okay.
I am attacking indiscriminately.
All right, this one.
Sure.
That hits, by the way.
Action surge.
You destroy this rat.
I'm still gonna action surge so I can attack again.
Go for it. A 23 also hits. Let's see. That would probably be the one in front of you. So
Sure.
that one is also effing dead.
Yeah, I'm just swinging this maul all around me, hitting anything I can.
You have dealt their maximum possible HP and over their maximum possible HP as you go into your more bestial your bestial form and just swinging your maul wildly, without regard to anything around you. There's just like there is only shift. There are only rats. You're just whipping your giant hammer of a maul, your big concrete cube on a stick, rat gore everywhere. Looped Coil.
Loop is taken aback, I feel pretty understandably. He doesn't really want to get in front of this, Deathmonger.
Wise.
But he is going to take his steps forward, flourishing his short sword and take a swing at the rat to his left.
Okay. 19 hits.
Mm-hmm.
A 4 damage. Okay.
And I'm also going to
Still around.
flurry of blows.
Oh.
Whoops.
Tink. 10 hits and 23 hits.
So we'll do 2 damage. rolls.
Okay. Flourishing your short sword, and then going for a knee strike right into the snout of this giant rat. It is perfectly on level for it. And then finishing off with a like a twirling axe kick down. You slam it into the ground, and it is no longer moving. It is deceased.
And I believe that is all for my turn.
Which brings us to Aloe. You have seen one of your companions do something similar to what you can do, and then just go to town on playing Whack-A-Rat. What do you do?
I'm a little excited. Let's see. I think I just produce another flame and
Okay.
chuck it at another one of those rats.
Hiya!
I want to hit this guy.
Go for it. Roll attack. As you click your talons together, ready another flame. Whoosh! You throw this mote at this rat, and then shit rolls off of the back, just burning and singeing its entire back fur. Go ahead and roll damage. All right, 2 damage. This is a singed rat. Okay. The rats, now seeing that there is a much larger predator in the room, kind of like all sniff the air and wiggle their big old whiskers, just, and then cheep, 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 cheep. They all make very various noises, and they all leave. So that's 3 rats in a row. So all of them are departing. You may make you may. You can make a reaction and take your attack of opportunity on any one of them.
I only get one. Go for the last one, because I'll say it. Like, I noticed that one's moving last.
Okay, go for it. These dog-sized beasts. Oh my goodness!
Wait. Wow. That was underwhelming.
It's actually crit. So go ahead and roll 2d6 again.
I think it did already.
It did. It rolled 4.
Your rolled 4?
I saw 2 plus 2.
No,
I-
the 2s are rerolls. And then it became a 1 and a 2. So go ahead and roll again. You do way more damage than that.
I thought I hit critical hit, but I guess I'll just do it. There we
Nice.
There we go.
Nice. So 6 plus 9? Okay.
go.
Alright. So as these rats attempt to depart, and you notice, and then Vrynna, you notice this, you take your maul and you give it a big swing by the leather haft that keeps it kind of like a Wiimote, so it doesn't fly off like a guided missile somewhere whenever you swing it. The rat turns around, and then you line up and then swing your maul like a golf club, and then smack it right in the butt, and it careens off. And you see it kind of like wriggle a bit, and then it no longer moves. It is slain. The other rats are departing. You can see them move through the cavern a bit. Let's see how far you can see. Yeah, so yeah, you can see them move through the cavern, and then you see them kind of like jump down, and they're no longer in view. You can see the tops of their very large bodies. You can see them kind of like wriggle a bit, and then they kind of like scoot through something, and then they are no longer there. All around you, there are rat corpses. The sound of cheeps and rat scrabbles are no more, as you have defeated at least several rats, but the remnants have escaped. Look around. There's various bits of rat gore, viscera from Vrynna's whack-a-mole rampage, whack-a-rat rampage. You've got your what you're able to see in the torchlight is this bear-like human, kind of grunting with exertion with this massive hammer, and then
Yeah.
before you is the Tabaxi,
Yeah.
kind of
Luke
doing the
Coil is
final
clutching his side a bit.
I'm like just looking. Rena's just looking for rats, breathing heavily as the breathing still very heavy, but still like starts to slow down, and I guess she returns back to normal.
Okay. Well, while we've got some downtime, I'd like to produce another flame, so I don't have to rely on this torch to see. And ask Vrynna what the heck's going on. I don't think you're a druid. What was that?
Well, I'm not anymore,
I see.
and that's all she says about that. But hold on. The job was to exterminate all the rats. And she sort of starts stepping over some of the viscera. Hold on, actually no. She goes looking for that small rat.
Oh no!
Make a perception check.
Meanwhile, Loop is gonna sort of get to his feet and pick up the torch again.
Okay. Let me. This rat cannot escape you, Vrynna. You hear the little rat claws moving around or moving along the stone floor underneath the barrels to the right. The large barrel, you know that rat is there. You can hear the whiskers twitching to your right and slightly behind you.
Okay. feel like this is just like a regular rat, right? Fully regular rat.
It's a regular rat.
It's underneath the barrel. This barrel.
It's underneath. It's like in this direction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's just like looking for it.
Hands and knees, like
Yeah.
cheek to the ground.
Vrynna
She's gonna
stomps
get
off,
that.
looking for something. Gets down on her hands and knees, looking under the barrels. Rats!
I'm gonna get that rat. It was probably the scout. I alerted the rest of them.
Cheap, cheap.
Loop sort of follows Vrynna, taps her, and points in the direction of the cavern, like pointed look on his face.
The rat before you appears scared, threatened. It kind of isn't having where to go right now. It's like up against the barrel and like a corner in another barrel.
She kind of whispers to it, "I'll come back for you later."
Make an intimidation check. With disadvantage because it can't understand you. You make sure your words are dripping with with threat. It kind of like recoils in its little barrel corner. It wiggles its whiskers.
This poor rat.
I'd like to walk in on this little situation.
Go for it.
And why can't I move? Whatever.
You have to make sure you have to like click on yourself sometimes.
Oh, okay.
You see,
I'd like to...
yeah, you see Vrynna on her hands and knees, threatening a very small rat.
I'd like to use speak with animals.
Okay, go for it.
It's not showing up in my spells list.
In your spell book,
Like the quick menu. It's in the spell book, but I don't know how to use it from there.
Oh, okay. If you hover over it, like in your spellbook, if you hover over the name of it, the icon turns into the D20.
Oh, there we go.
And then you put it in the chat, it'll ask if you want to use a spell slot for it. Of course, the answer is yes. Okay. You now have as you cast Speak with Animals, you kind of clack your talons together and brush them over your throat, and just you now have the ability to comprehend, and you can verbally communicate with beasts for the next 10 minutes.
Alright. I'd like to ask this little rat fellow what's going on here. Has he heard anything? Does he know anything?
Make a persuasion check or an animal handling check, your choice. As this rat is very scared of Vrynna and is already shaking.
All right.
Okay. The rat is like recoiling from the ferocious predator of Vrynna. It's like cheap cheap. And then as you cast Speak with Animals, you can hear it saying, "No, stay away, damn rat." And then upon hearing you begin to ask you questions like, "What? Rat? Help! Save!"
Well, I don't think he's with the other rats. I'm not sure if I can glean much else from this guy.
No. Not with others. Am rat. Food? Help!
Loop.
Big predator.
Loop nods. And, sort of turns over and looks at the cavern again.
In an attempt to annoy Loop, I would like to know if I can do anything with these skins or furs of the dead rats.
What would you like to do?
I don't know, skin them.
Sure, yeah. Make a survival check to see how well you can accomplish this. Just skinning.
Wait, in an attempt to annoy me?
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, Loop? Wow.
I thought you said you as in like me, because now I have to figure out what you're going to do with it. So you take out your paring knife and just kind of like trying to cut it, but working with this, the rats there's something weird about it where like you can't quite like cut into it and remove the rat skin, and like when you try to manipulate it in a way that you can actually cut off the skin, just clumps of the hair come off in your talons, and it just gets gross and gory and
yucky.
You can hear the rat trying to plead to you for help.
Oh.
Because Vrynna is still there, glaring at it. And it knows
I'm giving it side eye now. I'm not actually like. I'm like sort of turned away from it, like not really.
Okay.
Yeah, Vrynna, relax.
While
He's not a threat.
While
Fine.
Aloe is trying to skin a rat and Vrynna is, having her moment, is this enough time for me to recover my key and like spend a hit die?
No, this is not 30 minutes.
Okay.
This is maybe like the span of 10 minutes or less.
Okay.
The rat is trying to, now that it's no longer feeling threatened by the massive bear Vrynna, just says that there's just more rats up ahead, and then just big it tries to relate to you that there's just a big danger, and
Okay.
that we're trying to escape from.
Can I pick up the rat and put him in my bag?
Make an animal handling check.
Oh,
Hang on. Let me.
I guess while it's happening, since I'm no longer shifted, I should get rid of my temporary HP, right?
You.
Or do I keep that?
Does it say you lose it when you shift back?
It's a good question.
Aloe, when you bend down to pick up the rat and in an intent to stow it in your pack, the rat in terror just lashes out at you and bites you. It doesn't do any damage, but it hurts.
Rude. Alright, I'll leave him alone.
And then seeing that everyone is otherwise preoccupied, attempts to escape and tries to run off again.
I told you I couldn't be trusted.
Look, it's just a dumb animal. He's just trying to get by in this cruel world.
Sorry. Just hilarious. When you shift, it doesn't say.
Then you keep it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right. With the
my armor class does go down. That is
yes, because you are no longer shifted. Yeah. So with the rat escapade, whatever information we are able to glean from it with Aloe Speak with Animals, you are now knowledgeable of a quote big danger quote, and that there are more big rats ahead that you may have already known because you saw them escape. Ahead of you is the corridor that the workmen have been hollowing out in an attempt to create like another room and maybe like a hallway to the other rooms for more storage. There's rocks everywhere, some collapsed cavern bits. The rock wall is rough to the touch. It's definitely not refined. They haven't gotten to that stage yet. There's the pebbles and large rocks of excavation at the floor. There's of various colors, but all of them like kind of like brown and black earthy tones. Moving ahead, let's see. you can see there appears to be a strange wall ahead of you on the other side of the tunnel, of the hall, of the unrefined hallway, and you can see that there is the rubble of where the workmen must have broken through.
Luke sort of tentatively steps forward, checks to see that the people are following behind him, and then continues onward.
Okay. So you guys see through the hole in the wall. You can see a dusty stone corridor. The floor of it is lying perhaps around 5 or 7 feet below that of the cellar of where you stand. The ceiling rises and manages to maintain height with the cellar somehow, perhaps just coincidence. The pattern of the floor seems tacky. You guys can get here now.
Okay.
As you look around, give me a perception check, please, from the group.
All right.
Strong perception checks. All right. So the dark vision characters and also Aloe aided. They are aided by your flame as well, because previously, where they can only see like tinges of gray, with Aloe's flame, that turns the light balance into something different. You can actually see clearly. You can see, just that's the other sense. You can see clearly. Then Aloe with the flame orbiting your head, emphasizing your eyesight. To your left, you can see a sort of like collapsed tunnel to the left. What am I trying to say? You can see like the start of a staircase buried in collapsed masonry. So there's like earth and rubble that block the way completely. And then to the right, the passage heads around a corner, but on the wall, with your excellent perception, you can make out what appears to be writing in a clear golden script. As you all step out into the corridor by now.
Loop is going to take a closer look at the place where he last saw the rats.
Okay.
Do I need to give you another perception check?
No, this one's easy. Where you last saw the rats, there is a hole in the wall. You don't need to succeed on a check to observe a hole. It seems to be dog-sized, or in this case, rat-sized.
Rat-sized.
They seem to have escaped through this hole in the wall. Through it, you can see. Through it, you can see what looks to be another room. And there appears to be something in the center of this room, but from where you are, looking through a hole, we're super unable to tell what it is.
Can I take a closer look at that writing?
Yes, you can. What languages do you know?
Quite a few. Give me a sec.
Aarakocra, Auran, Common, Druidic, and Null. Go ahead and... As you take a look at the writing, tracing the golden script with your talons, the writing doesn't seem to be in an alphabet that you're familiar with. It has flowing script that seem to go in long, elegant strokes, and not quite. It seems like runes in some parts, and just disconnected flourishes in other parts. It doesn't really strike you as something that you're aware of.
Okay.
It must be either just pictures, or if it is writing, we don't know the language.
Makes sense.
But you are able to tell that it actually gives off its own faint glowing light. Just a very, very, very small glow, steady on, of gold, and it has 3 lines. Where you are in the cool air and looking around. What do you guys do?
I guess, just keep. Vrynna just is gonna walk to the right, as it's the only path available. Sorry.
Seemingly. Okay.
Seemingly, well,
Don't
listen.
don't listen to me.
Sorry, the left is just rubble, right? Like that's what you said. It's just like kind of cave.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay.
Can I take a closer look at that?
You can make an investigation check.
I will.
Vrynna, as you head to the right, you see your bird companion go off in the completely different direction, and like because you can tell that the flickering firelight is departing you. Aloe, as you take a look at this, it seems to be like the start of a staircase. It's any hope of using this as a path has been crushed, and it is difficult to tell which direction this tunnel went. It might have gone up, might have gone down, might have gone forward into some study or whatever, but it is destroyed.
Okay.
Well, seems it's only one way.
Okay. As you guys round the corner, you are met with a door. This door is a blue marble door. It is much different, but it seems to kind of like go in with the walls that are strange. Or rather, sorry, I've neglected to describe the walls. The walls are a smooth worked stone, whereas before in the brewery cellar you had kind of like cobbled walls, where it still had the texture of just rocks. This is smooth stone. It's extremely flat. It's constructed to be well functional and to be a solid hallway or corridor. As you turn around the corner, you are met with a blue marble wall. It's a large double door, stretching all the way to the top. It doesn't seem to have any sort of insignias or any sort of engravings or really just any remarkable things about it at all, but it is flat and in front of you.
Can I knock on the door?
Yes. As you go up to knock on the door and like you ball your talons to prepare to give it a rap, the door, when you get within a certain number of feet with it, some kind of like coalesces and spirals, and this kind of like mystical vortex appears on it for a moment, and it goes, and then for a moment, what appears in the middle of the door, bisected by where it would open, because it's a set of double doors,
Right.
is a face. It juts out from the door, and it appears to have just the visage of a slightly older, mustachioed man.
Continue knocking, obviously.
The visage opens its eyes and appears to size you all up and opens its mouth to speak. Yes, hello. You are 3. You are not my master. You must be adventurers. I am your bane. I am a locked door. You will not get into my master's secrets. They are to be protected after all. That's what he'd put me here to do.
And
I would like to knock on the visage's forehead.
Stop that! Stop! Stand aside. Stand away now.
who is
That is impolite.
master? Who's your master?
You are not allowed to ask questions. I am the one that asks questions. I am a riddle door. You have to answer my questions. I don't answer yours.
Can I pull out my mace and do an intimidation?
Yeah, sure. You think that your silly instrument there can knock me down, a magical door? Don't you know anything?
Loop, as a tabaxi, cats get curious. This has piqued Loop's curiosity. He, does the cat thing and slips between Vrynna and Aloe. And then just, sits there sort of a little bit hunched over, staring at the door, and, runs one paw, around it. He is extremely intrigued. Forgetting that most things don't get it, he signs "What are you?" at the door.
The door, unfortunately, cannot sign back, even if it did understand your gestures. Stop! Back up!
Luke sort of takes one step back. Then, sits down a little bit, steadying himself, hands in front of him, and stares at the door, eyes wide, just completely enraptured.
Now then, in the spirit of good fun, perhaps, even though you are not my master, you did leave me one thing. I am a riddle door. He always gets a kick out of stumping people that manage to make into his wizard tower. It's a party trick, a parlor trick. You can answer my riddle, and then I assume he's somewhere. Then you can enter. Are you actually just stops and just evolves into weird sounds. Right. I can answer the riddle and you may pass.
Did the rats answer the riddle, or did they just break through the wall?
No, they went through a wall. We saw the hole.
I know. I'm just asking the door that.
Okay.
The door says, "Mind your own business." The riddle! I will get on with it. The riddle is... You might want to prepare your minds. This one is a doozy. Or the riddle is, when you have a barrel. Yes? You know what a barrel is, I assume. You're all adventurers. When you have a barrel, there is something you can do. That you can... hold on. Let me remember the... The door seems to be... thinking of what the riddle actually is.
Aloe is listening intently.
Loop has sort of started leaning forward a little bit, to get closer to this door. Maybe if you go slowly enough, the door won't notice.
Does it actually have a handle or anything, or is it just a flat surface?
It is a flat surface that is broken up now by this visage of a mustachioed man.
Okay.
As Loop gets closer, the door kind of snaps back to alertness. No, back up. Alright, here is the riddle. You have a barrel. What is weightless, visible to the naked eye, and when you put it in a barrel, it makes the barrel lighter?
Loop does the cat thing and tilts his head. When a cat, encounters a noise it's not used to. This is Loop's thinking pose, sort of tilts his head.
Did the door say visible to the naked eye?
Yeah, was it visible or invisible?
Visible. Can be seen. The door waits for a moment, and then kind of gives a couple mirthful chuckles. I knew I would stump you.
So it said, when you put it... Sorry,
without without
Like a pause.
Without the door voice, what's weightless, visible to the naked eye, and when you put it in a barrel, it makes the barrel lighter.
Are you burning the barrel? Is he
Yeah.
putting fire in the barrel?
Fire?
No! You don't
It's
burn
light.
barrels. Barrels are useful to hold things. Much like this thing that I am riddling you. Adventurers these days.
All I'm saying, I mean, I feel like it fits all the criteria, but okay.
I agree.
Fine. Perhaps this one was too hard for you adventurers. My master always was the... I'll ask you a different question. Are you ready for my question?
Yeah, sure. Hit
Go
me with
ahead.
number 2.
When you say yeah, sure, you hear like a latch, like a... And then there's a beat. And the door kind of like looks between all of you. Well, okay. So sorry. That was a warm up. Okay, so the next question is, when is a door not a door?
Loop looks at the door and then points at its face.
What are you thinking, Thulius? I see your cursor. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm just kind of touching the door.
Okay. Aloe like gently touches the door. There's no resistance, and it kind of like parts a little bit. And the door just, no, go away. That was a warm up.
Guys, I think this door might just be a door.
Well, so is the door? So the door is like open a little bit now, right? Like,
Slightly
like pushed in.
from Aloe, just like curiously touching it.
Right.
Loop sort of creeps up. Loop's doing the thing that cats do, the like creeping slow movement. And then as soon as he's close to the door without it noticing, he pushes with both hands all his weight, all his force on the door.
The door opens.
Loop, you know, not ready for it to give way because he didn't hear the latch. He just saw it like open completely. He falls directly on his face.
Cool.
You are now prone. So like you open the door and like and the door like immediately starts trying to like save face. It's like, oh wait, no, that was a that was a warm up. No, come back. No, I've been here for so long. I've been lonely. As you all just walk past
Step
the
over
door.
Loop, turn around, help him up.
Loop stands up, dusts himself off, and has a big dumb grin on his face, looking directly at Aloe.
Perfect. I just smile back, pat him on the shoulder.
Vrynna like is walking forward. Oh, a jar! She like walks to the...
Wow.
No, wait, come back. I've been here for so long. We can tell stories to each other.
What's
Oh,
up with this door?
it is a closed door, similar to the other one. So, as you guys pass the door that was talking to you, it is now parted by your advance, and you can hear the door wailing in the back, begging you to return. The hallway extends past it, goes into a dead end, and then you arrive to your left another door. It is smaller in size, regular. It does have a handle. It's like a lever lever knob, and then
Okay.
that is the it seems to be the only feature in this hallway.
Loop
I'd
sort of quickly sneaks a hand towards the door and pokes it in the center, expecting another face to come out.
Much to your disappointment, the door does not begin to coalesce a face and begin talking to you. Nothing happens.
His ears sort of droop a little bit, his shoulders sag.
Aloe would like to stick with the original plan and knock on this door.
Okay. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of banging on this marble with your talons rings are out through the corridor. It echoes a little bit, but you only hear the door pleading you to come back. Not that one in front of course, but
right. Can I put like my head against this door? Do some kind of check to see if I can hear anything on the other side?
Yes, you can. So roll a perception check.
Okay.
So as you put your ear next to the door and kind of like sidle up against the cool marble, there's the temperature as it moves over your face and cools down your heated body from the fight and having to deal with this riddle door.
Nice.
You do hear a very faint kind of like a very faint noise. It's hard to place. It sounds like a cat drinking.
Huh.
Like not specifically a cat, but it sounds
right.
It's that noise. It's like it's something lapping up a liquid. Other than that, the room is silent.
I would like to assume, based on the geometry and where we saw those rats go through, that we're pretty close to a rat room.
Do you say that, or is that just like...
I say that.
Okay. Luke nods.
Alright,
Who's gonna do the honors?
Vrynna looks to both of you, not moving, and I guess just goes towards the door and opens it
Okay.
with a bit of a sigh.
The door opens easily enough. It is neither locked nor enchanted with the stone face riddle. And open in, and before you is a sort of like what looks to be at first glance maybe a storeroom or some kind of anteroom. As you walk in, you can tell that the floor is different. So you take a look around. On the right corner of the room, there's a smattering of like rock and pillars and wooden construction in disarray on the floor, highlighted by a narrow shaft of weak sunlight that shines a sunbeam. There's little dust motes floating in it that, through the tiny holes, this suggests that something collapsed when the supporting material there was excavated and fell. The side rear wall to the left as you enter of this small room is lined with sturdy looking wooden shelves of untouched books. You can tell by they are caked in dust. Ahead is a table with disheveled and scattered scrolls and writings, accompanied by empty glass bottles. Across the room, past the table, are more bookshelves, empty these. Clearly these were once laden with bottles and glass vials. But over the years, and perhaps owing no small part to the cave-in, many of these have been reduced to glittering shards of glass on the floor and fallen books. There's a flicker of steady movement among the wreckage, and you see a small black rat, presumably the one that Aloe heard and mentioned, lapping up the last remnants of liquid left behind by some shattered remains of a dark blue bottle.
Looped Coil sort of goes around the table, notices the rat, and
Cheep, cheep.
sort of slowly approaches.
Okay. You slowly approach the rat. The rat does not seem to mind your presence and is still consuming its refreshment.
Loop sort of starts to shoo the rat away from the liquid.
Okay. Make an intimidation check?
I meant more physically, but...
Oh, so you're like, kind of like... What are you doing?
Like, he's taking his hands and just sort of like trying to remove the rat from the liquid.
Okay. The rat doesn't care. It's like trying to it's like trying to take a water bowl away from a dog. Or
Yeah,
like trying to,
yeah.
It's like as you let go, like the rat goes back to it.
Yeah, Loop.
Can I check out the liquid while the rat's still doing its thing?
Can you pick out the liquid?
Check it out.
Oh yeah.
Try to discern anything about it.
Yeah, make an investigation check. Or perception, your choice. Depends on like how
Definitely
into it you're doing. Okay. So you see that this rat is drinking from just a broken bottle, dark blue in color. It has the torn remains of a white label affixed to it. It seems to have some writing on it. There's another smashed and empty bottle on the floor as well. And just the liquid itself is also of a dark blue color. As your produced flame kind of like orbits you, it shines the light on it, so you're able to discern the color.
Aloe says, I think these giant rats might be some sort of mutation.
Loop nods.
From well,
Look, I'm just saying,
From
there's clearly
the
magic
liquid
in the
or-
building.
from the magic. Well, yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily this liquid, but this is the second normal rat we've seen here. There are plenty of giant rats around. That door had a face. I don't think this is a natural occurrence.
Loop sort of picks up the glass vial that the liquid is coming from and sets it up on some surface to get it away from the rat.
Okay. The glass vial itself is smashed, and its contents has already been spilled.
Like it's fully broken, not just mostly broken.
Yeah, it's hella broken,
Okay.
as they say. But you do pick up the bottle. The rat still ignores you, but you can now read this white label that has that is adhered to it. The writing on it reads "Imbibement of Embiggening."
Well,
Loop obviously cannot talk, so he doesn't do anything. But his eyes go wide, and he takes his sword. He unsheathes his short sword and takes a swing at the small rat.
Okay, make an attack roll. Is anyone else doing anything while Looped Coil assaults this rat, or are you just in awe?
I'm just taking a peek over his shoulder, trying to see what's on that vial.
Okay, you also now see this vial that reads "Imbibement of Embiggening." It's just a little simple white label on this dark blue bottle. And then, Looped Coil, you skewer this rat. You now have a rat shish kebab on your short sword.
He sort of, a little bit of tension, comes out of his shoulders, and he turns to Vrynna and sort of hands the scrap of paper to her.
Vrynna, validated, says, "I knew we couldn't trust the small rats."
Wow.
I guess then she goes over to the bookcase.
Okay.
And what are the types of books that are there, or right? Those are
real quick.
Yeah.
Before that happens, my dog has come down to inform me that it's dinner time, so I'm going to go feed him real quick.
Okay.
Cool.
Vrynna, as you're taking a look at these dust-caked volumes, you see that they are largely unmarked, and they do not have titles on their spines.
Can I take one down to try and see?
Take one down, pass it around.
Yeah, just like pick a random one just to try and like get an idea of what was going on.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation for me. And what languages do you know?
Just Common and Druidic.
Okay. So you take a volume, open it up. It seems these books are very old. The parchment is kind of stiff and brittle as you kind of thumb through it very carefully. A couple pieces of paper, a couple pieces of parchment break off in your hand as you like just rip as you're attempting to turn the page, which causes you to turn them with more caution later. All of these notes, unfortunately, are in that same flowing script that you saw on the wall in this gold, and unfortunately, it is not something that you know how to read.
Right.
But
I like pull out other books. It's all the same.
It's all the same. The general layout seems to indicate like there's writing, some diagrams. There's smaller writing next to the diagrams. You get the sense that it's notes and how-tos.
Can I take a look around the room, see if there's any more vials like the one with the blue liquid?
Yeah, make a looking around perception check, please. Okay, so taking a look around, you see that there is another smashed and empty bottle on the floor. This one has a label, but it's kind of torn. This one has Essence of Fire and then the letters EL. And you do see on the empty bookshelves, on top of the bookshelves, rather than on any of the shelves or anything like that, there are indeed 2 potions that seem to be intact. They are a striking red color, and as an adventurer, you are immediately aware of what these are. They are potions of healing.
Naturally.
You now have 2 potions of healing in your inventory.
All right.
I returned for a brief amount of time. I will be checking on my dog in a second.
Welcome back. We found 2 healing potions.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can I give these to people?
You can?
Yeah.
How do I give these to people?
You can just say you're giving it to them, and I'll
Okay.
I'll do it.
I'll give one to Looped over here. I don't think we ever dealt with his rat bite issue.
Nope.
No.
Wasn't it
And,
1 damage?
It was a bit more than 1.
Oh wait, no, that was
It was
Aloe who got 1 damage.
It was more like 7.
I got mixed up who got like
It's okay.
their stomach bitten and who just got
I'll give the other
nibbles.
to Vrynna.
Sure. Appreciate it.
Okay. You both now have potions of healing in your inventory, and Aloe you no longer. In addition, Aloe, you also find a potion of like a hardy pink color,
Okay.
and this one is very helpfully labeled Potion of Vitality.
Nice.
Looking at the nutrition facts on the back, it mentions that it will remove any kind of exhaustion that you're suffering and cures any disease and poisons that are affecting you. And for the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit points for any hit die you spend during a short rest.
Neat.
It's got like this pinkish liquid that regularly pulses with kind of like a dull light, calling to mind a simple heartbeat.
Cool.
Now
Yummy.
sugar free.
Yeah, Yomi is the Japanese word for reading the contents of your opponent's breakfast cereal.
So you find these vials and distribute them among your party members, and you keep the potion of vitality for yourself unless you say otherwise. And,
No, I'm keeping it.
Okay. And so now you have the rest of the room. There's the there's everything really. There's the table, like the black and yellow table in the middle. There's the broken stuff on the that is highlighted by the sunbeam on the right. There are also 2 unlit braziers, as they have become unsnuffed from the annals of time.
Are those these that I was pinging
What, the braziers?
on the table?
What, the braziers?
Yeah.
So
Or are they?
it's these 2 things.
Okay. I think my dog needs to be let out, so I'm gonna go do that.
Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and light these braziers.
Okay. Clicking together with kind of wiggling your talon in a spiral motion, and then directing your produce flame to touch each of the braziers, and then they spark to life with a natural light of magic, of unnatural magic, and it just. You are now lit, and you hear a.
Oh, nice.
From,
I guess we should have
from
shut the door at some point.
If it's anything to be learned from the previous riddle door, you now know that this door ahead of you is unlocked, and it was at one point locked.
Well, that's convenient. Is there? What else is on the table? Or is there anything else on the table?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
I keep forgetting how to click on skills instead of just like hover over it. Because like when you hover over it, it shows it. So I was like,
nice. Okay, so you pore over these scripts, and you do find that these appear to be scrolls containing spells or the essence of magic. They are all kind of like arranged and bundled together by purpose. They are many scrolls, even though you have shunned your druidic nature, but you still are aware enough that these are scrolls of create water, scrolls of destroy water, and scrolls of create food and water. And they're all bundled together. And you also find some notes, just detailing something, but we're not sure because it is in a script. It's in a alphabet that you're not sure of.
I guess I call over to Aloe and say that these might be of some interest to you, and point towards the spell scrolls.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I'll pick them up.
Okay.
Can't hurt, right?
You, let's see here. So the spell scrolls of Create and Destroy Water, you are familiar with that spell. It's a druidic spell that is just passed down and taught to many druids for the creation of pure distilled water, filtered. It's good for the environment. And destroying water, where that's taught for preventing mudslides and other things, dangers that would harm the environment. So yeah, you now have 2 spell scrolls of create or destroy water, and I'll get that to you in a sec. And you may create soup. Man, Foundry is cool. Alright. I can just drag the spell to you in your inventory, and it creates a spell scroll instead of going to your spell book.
Sick.
Alright, so yeah, you now have 2 scrolls of create or destroy water. Since you are a druid, and this is a druid spell, through basic rules, it allows you to cast this. create food in water is not a druid spell, so you would be unable to cast that by basic rules.
Okay.
So, Aloe, you take the spells of create and destroy water, but not the food and water. You just leave those with Vrynna.
Okie dokie.
Yes. I'll just hold on to the other one.
At this point, I have a question.
Yes?
Is there anything stopping us from turning around and telling our friend what we've found down here so far?
There is nothing stopping you. Yeah, just there is nothing stopping you. If you want to do that, we'll find out what happens. But yeah, there's absolutely nothing stopping you.
Okay.
This is Dungeons. This is Dungeons and Dragons.
The door might not appreciate us ignoring him again.
Well,
but,
whatever.
You know,
He's a door.
Yeah.
that's his loss.
He should have been nicer.
I have returned, by the way.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We did a puzzle. We found some scrolls.
Nice.
Or inadvertently to the puzzle.
We used our powers of extreme intuition.
Mhm.
Technically, I guess Loop's Coil wouldn't have heard it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But effectively, well, just so you player know, the door unlocked when we lit the braziers.
Okay.
At this time, Looped Coil, there's a sudden shift in weight on your short sword where you have this rat shish kebabbed, and the rat embiggens, and there is now a giant rat skewered on your short sword. It slides off really grossly
Ugh.
and lands on the floor.
Loops, he sort of has a ugh look on his face, and he swings the sword to get as much of the blood off it as he can. You know, the anime swordsman swing, and then the blood all comes off magically.
Okay.
So my current read on the situation is that through this door is danger. We know there's this lab down here causing these to grow. What do you guys say we maybe turn around and inform the people in the bar that those rumors might be more than rumors?
Seems reasonable. I mean,
Loop sort of thinks about it,
so
nods.
As you guys are thinking about this proposal, and Aloe too, you also remember that the terms were to remove all of the rats, and that you still have yet to complete, and also prevent any other similar surprises, which the rest of whatever is also still a surprise. But you have this small little nagging doubt into your head.
Well, I wasn't thinking we were done. I was just thinking, maybe if things don't go well down here, they should know why.
And you rationalize it. You rationalize this nagging doubt. It's well, I wasn't.
I don't know. They might not be too happy with us showing up with a job half done.
I understand.
But
Yeah, you guys can do whatever. I'm just the narrator.
yeah, that was just Vrynna saying.
Loop sort of points at the rat, and he puts his hand together, and then splays them, and then he takes it back and starts counting, he starts putting up his fingers counting, hoping that this is a good enough pantomime for you all to understand what he's trying to say.
I mean, I think I understand that there's more.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be more big rats.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
guess.
I won't say no to going back up for another drink, but I'm telling you, it was very good.
I guess the room ahead could be full of small rats who are currently drinking beginning brews.
Loop nods vigorously.
That's a good point. It might be better. Yeah, it might be better to take as many out before they keep getting larger. Multiply.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Alright.
And so I knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. No response. It is a similar door to earlier, where it's just the flat blue marble.
Mhm.
You open it, and with the light of your produced flame circling around you, you see a new room. Appears to be some sort of perhaps cookery or brewery. Clearly, this is where some magic happened. In the center of the small room ahead of you is it's like a large stone cauldron on top of sort of like a raised double dais, concentric circles where it's up higher, slightly above your view rim, so you can't see into it from where you are. It's got a to the side, clattered to the ground, is what you assume to be the rotten remnants of a stirring ladle. To the far right is a plain wooden table, crusted with dirt and dust and laden with old plates, buckets, and other strange pieces of tableware. Seems like there might be a sack on it as well. And then give me a perception check as you look about the room.
You got it.
Strong perception checks from Aloe. And then, of course, you also see another bookshelf that has on top of it sort of like a decorative little flag thingy, where just perhaps the wizard that lived here, you assume that you're now in a wizard's tower basement thing. You've been able to put several clues together. Where the wizard accessorized, it also has many books, and you see around the room 3 unlit braziers. There's like a little bellows underneath the daises for the cauldron, and to your left are many racks that perhaps once held many vials and elixirs and potions are now all empty.
Can't believe the wizard had a pride flag on top of his bookshelf.
It's canon.
The the potions are making the rats gay.
Nice.
Oh, Lord. But so, do we see holes in the wall that would link to the ones from the other side?
Give me a perception check. From you as well, since you are looking about the room. Very nice, yeah. Vrynna, your dark vision, it's on fire right now. Aided from Aloe's produced flame, you're looking around. You can see everything. Directly to your right, there's a small mouse hole near the door where the small rats seem to have been able to kind of burrow through and gain entrance to this room because the door is previously locked. That seems to be the only answer. To the left, you see that dog-sized mouse hole where the rats have kind of burrowed out and gained access to the rest of the Wizard's Tower basement, and then into the cellar when they were broken into. And then you see the plain table with the many instruments and reagents and stuff, and some knapsack on it. And there's a bucket as well. And then you see the cauldron. The cauldron, you can hear. It seems to be some kind of brushing noises from perhaps inside the cauldron or from around it. And then, so unlit braziers, mouse holes, knapsack on the thing, horn, reagents, bucket, whatever. There's a mirror. There's some bones in here too. And you can hear some brushing noises from the cauldron.
because sort of hesitantly hold my maul.
Crap, I did
and-
it again. This is the actual music
Oh.
of the Wizard's Tower. I'm sorry, I'm so late.
Pull up a chair. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I slowly approach the cauldron to look like in and around
Okay.
weapon charm.
Slowly, are you... So, like, you're being cautious and stuff?
Yeah.
Trying to... Okay, give me a stealth check.
Cautious and prepared. Okay.
Strong. Very strong. Okay,
I
so...
mean, I have it all at a real high.
So Vrynna, as you take your maul, ready to bonk whatever rat pops out of the cauldron, being very cautious. You hear these brushing noises, and you peer in, and with your dark vision, you're able to see an absolutely disgusting sight. Like, you almost retch immediately. There's just many undulating masses of huge snake-like insect creatures that are all just... It's gross. And then as soon as you peep in, 3 pairs of eyes and mandibles see you, and then they all lash out at once. Go, and everybody roll initiative.
All right.
There it is.
Loop's initiative rolls have been garbage. And I think that's accurate to how it would be realizing that you're in a fight when you can't hear.
Wait, why did I roll 2d20?
Oh, I forgot to take off your advantage. Even though I even wrote myself a note to remove it. But I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so do I actually have a 10? Is that what that's saying?
It's the first one.
Okay.
No, you crit your initiative.
Sick. Well, I was prepared for something to jump out. So.
Yeah, you were absolutely prepared. Good job. So, all at once, coming out, like spilling out of this cauldron are 3 massive centipedes that appear that they have also had their share of the slurp juice. And they're all upon you.
Turning centipedes gate too.
Vrynna, being ready and prepared, what do you do in response to this?
Well, the only thing a sane person would do, go and smack the closest one.
Go for it.
Yeah, sorry. Well, wasn't that ready, I guess.
Attack roll. 7 unfortunately misses. So, being taken aback and startled by this gross display of chunky, squishy, gooey centipede bugs, you swing your maul wide, and unfortunately, we hit the cauldron, and all we managed to do is knock over the cauldron. It spills over.
Oh, jeez. I hope there's a map.
This giant centipede over here is going to rush forward and clacks its mandibles and is going to go and try to bite. Dink. It clacks this massive snake-like centipede just clacks its mandibles and an 18 hits. It does a whopping 6 damage of piercing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
What? Okay.
So you can click your token, and then you can actually click on Save DC 11 on the giant centipede bite, and it'll roll it for you. Very nice. As this huge centipede claps down on you with its mandibles, it tries to pierce your skin, with something else from inside its mouth, but your shifter Beasthide is too strong and it cannot pierce. Which brings us to Aloe. Aloe, you saw Vrynna walk up with her maul drawn, and suddenly 3 giant centipedes leapt out. In her surprise, she swung and hit the cauldron to the side. It goes crackling, clang, 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 making metal sounds on the floor. What do you do?
What do I do?
You have quite a few options.
I do.
Obviously, you can mimic. You can make rat noises, and there we go. You've got your dagger.
Yeah.
You've got your shield, your potion. You've got your feet run away. You've got your produce flame.
I think I'm gonna.
You can wild shape. You can do whatever you want. Or
I can move, take an action, and a bonus action in one turn, right?
yes,
Or okay,
in any order, and you can break it up as you please.
cool. Is using like a potion an action or a bonus action?
That is the only thing I am changing. Everything else is basic rules. If you use a potion on yourself, it is a bonus action. If you use it
Okay.
on someone else, it is an action.
Cool. I'm gonna take my little flamey boy and chuck it at this guy.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack roll. Unfortunately.
It's hard to hit.
So you will your produced flame to hurl itself towards the giant centipede, but a little startled yourself at the sudden appearance of these massive insects. It's a little frightening. Then the produced flame goes wide and it disappears into the racks and clatters and singes and burns one of the wooden racks.
All right. I'll then stroll myself up into this corner and turn into a leopard.
Heck yeah.
Bear, big spider, snow leopard.
That's right.
Oh, and then upon seeing the giant centipedes, you also have access to being a giant centipede,
Nice.
and also a giant rat, and also a regular rat. Okay.
Pow.
Then pow. Let's see. Do you want to give it a shot? How do you? What does it look like when you turn into this leopard?
Its feathers kind of contort into fur. It's really weird. My beak recedes into itself a little bit. It's not flattering, but the end result is worth it.
Like the CGI of the old Animorphs show. Just
Yes.
That's
exactly.
a big snow leopard.
Yeah, why am I so huge?
snow leopards are large creatures.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Just with a puff of feathers and a little bit of druidic magic. There's a shimmer and a magical girl transformation, and then
Okay, yeah.
you leap out of the druidic shimmer as a 7 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot long snow leopard. You give an amazing roar and or growl, and you are now an extremely big snow leopard. Your tail makes up half of your length.
Cool.
Tail whipping back and forth. The centipede here is going to slither around. It hasn't seen you yet, Aloe, and is instead going to go after Vrynna because she is close. 21 to hit.
I assume it's fighting me.
2 piercing.
Okay.
And a Constitution saving throw. Sorry, not 2 piercing, 4 piercing.
4 piercing, yeah.
12. So, similar to the other one, you're now beset on 2 sides by these centipedes, and this one is trying to and inject its injects some kind of like digestive fluid. It splatters and spews against your armor, and it has like a little singe of nastiness. Let's see, Aloe, this giant centipede sees you turn into this extremely large creature, and then it's going to and then take a swipe at Looped Coil on its way out.
Okay.
And
That does not hit.
in its fright and terror of trying to get away, it takes like a side like little graze at you with its mandibles, but you deflect it deftly away with your short sword blade. Which brings us to you. As you do this,
I deflect it with my short sword. You know, like it rushes out, and I sort of take the sword, hold it, you know, vertical, tilting it so it sort of bounces off. And then I try to swipe upwards at it as it, you know, continues rushing past.
18 hits.
So then I take that swipe,
Okay, 6 damage, nice.
and then martial arts lets me make an unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Yeah. 18 still
18
hits.
Who would have thought?
Bink, bink. Alright, yeah, just enough, actually.
Alright, so the, you know, swing up with the short sword, you know, cleaving it, and then, sort of spinning around and, you know, launching a reverse side kick, just kick it through the door.
It rolls forward a bit, just like as it tries to curl up, and his death throws when it gets a little extra distance, and it curls up. Which brings us back to Vrynna.
Alright. Well. So I guess to start, gonna. This time I'll actually second win.
Okay.
For real this time. For is it the same amount of healing?
Very nice.
Cool.
So taking a deep breath. It's just centipedes. It's fine. You heal 7 HP.
As long as it's not rats. And yeah, just try and take a swing at the one. I don't know. Well, centipedes up there. I guess I'll just hit the one that is next to Looped Coil.
Okay. Brandishing your maul of re-rolling. You bring it above your head, give it a little swing for momentum, and clong! Bash it in its big stupid head.
It's so funny to watch. Just
you get it good. You crack its carapace in many places, just it kind of spider webs out. But it's still wiggling. Let's see, Aloe, from beneath, with your new snow leopard senses, you're able to hear much more acutely, and you hear the little cheep 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 and more scrabbling of rat claws out from under the table as these giant rats, now fearless, come out and they try to bite you.
Rude.
Being cornered, they have no other option. 17 is greater than your armor class, so that hits.
Yep.
Just these tiny little daggers go and bite into your great paws there, and deal 4 piercing damage to you as this tries to like cheep 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 and scatters out. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It tries to, like, it bites at you and then runs away. If you want, you can use your reaction to make an attack of opportunity. As it's
sure.
running away. You can choose
Why not?
which one to do. You can bite it or you can claw it.
it's piercing and slashing is the difference. I guess I'll take bite.
Sometimes piercing, like the damage type. Sometimes like creatures will have immunities or resistances to different damage types, or even vulnerabilities.
Hey.
Go ahead and bite him. 20 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage. All right. As this rat passes you, you lunge forward with your agile snow leopard mouth and just you just immediately just grab it up in your jaws and just and then bite it a bunch and spit it back out. And it's it's effing dead.
Getting that taste of flesh.
And just spit it out over in the side. And this giant centipede is going to move around and position itself between the extremely large predator of snow leopard and.
So this is how it feels.
17.
Does still hit.
Okay. A whopping 4 piercing damage and a Constitution saving throw. 10 does not save this time as these mandibles clack into you. Feel that this injection break your skin and a pulse of burning hot liquid of acid damage just pierces into your skin and burns through your veins for 7 more acid damage.
Ouch.
Which brings us to Aloe the snow leopard.
Question about movement.
Yes.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter now that the centipede's moved over there, but I have an ability that lets me hurt things a lot if I move in a straight line 20 feet.
Oh, yeah. I don't really care about the straight line part. It's just if you move 20 feet.
Okay.
That's fine.
Alright. Then I'm definitely moving down here. And, pouncing that guy.
Yo, let's go.
It's 20 feet. Target will succeed on a DC 13 strength throw. So do I hit that, or?
So you make a claw attack. So as you're getting speed, it's your soft paws moving moving agilely across the floor, and your claws digging in to the tiling for so you don't go slip and slide everywhere and then you just go and make your claw attack. I really wanted that to hit, but unfortunately not.
Yeah.
The centipede is too wily and it wheels around. It's trying to fight Vrynna, and then it sees you and it lurches out of the way.
What a strong centipede.
They're very nimble.
They're very big. It's probably about as big as Vrynna.
Oh, God. That's gross.
Speaking of gross, this one is going to grossly try to attack Looped Coil.
That hits.
14. Okay. Constitution save, as you are already getting it. Excellent. So it clacks its mandibles and then bites into your shoulder. But your fur is too in the way, and it can't send its little pincery, pointy injection puncture wound into you. This centipede is effing dead. Go for it, Loop Coil, as this centipede is bearing down on you.
Yeah. Loop sort of involuntarily lets out a scream, because that hurt a lot. And he's going to try and stab at it with his short sword.
Go for it.
Whoops. Accidentally got rid of unarmored movement, but...
Oops. 24 hits, yeah. And then
that does not hit.
Yeah, unarmored. The 7 does not hit. The short sword attack does slay it, though.
Good.
Apply damage, and then...
And with my movement action, Loop Coil just sort of staggers over and puts Vrynna and the snow leopard in between him and it. I'm Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
He just sort of like backs up, bumps into the cauldron and steadies himself with it.
Okay. From behind, looped coil, is the return of the rats. This one is looking rather like having long strips of blood matting its fur down, as it is the one that took damage in the previous fight. This one is going to kind of like poke its nose out, cheep, 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 and go and bite you.
Figures.
Actually, no, I wouldn't do that.
You sure?
Yeah, it wants to get away. No, actually, it would. It's gonna stick its nose out, cheep cheep. See, you all are blocking its mouse hole, and then try to hide again. After all,
Okay.
it is a rat.
It is a rat.
Despite all its rage.
Still just a rat in a cage. Vrynna.
Alright, so attempt to hit the centipede.
Okay. 21 hit. Go and roll damage. Let's see. Yeah.
Alright.
Give me
It's like
10 damage. Give me a maul attack. What you got?
so as it would have been trying to dodge the giant snow leopard's pounce, it is unable to notice the large maul swinging down on it, and just catches it after it moves away from the pounce, and just gets squished.
Excellent.
I appreciate it.
With this horrible,
I'll take the alley-oop.
this horrible splorch motion or noise. The giant centipede squishes, and all this nasty green like bug goo goes everywhere. And then let's see, gone. Which brings us to Aloe the snow leopard. Your keen snow leopard senses pick out this rat from across the room. And you know where your quarry is. You can move through your allies.
Oh, okay. In that case...
Unless otherwise specified, but yeah.
Whoops.
Because the thing is, like, every square is 5 feet, right? So unless the person is 5 feet wide, you can probably get between them.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's like an area of influence or something.
Wow.
Try this again, then.
Go for it.
It was claw I needed to hit, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you're doing like another pounce.
Hit it. Yo, it hits.
Alright.
So now it has to succeed on a strength saving throw?
Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
It's a
Wow.
very strong rat.
Wow.
However, your claw attack does bring it to 0 HP and you kill it.
Sick.
Give me... paint me a picture, Aloe.
Alright. I mean, I smelled this rat under the table. My last attack didn't really work out. I wanted to redeem myself as a big leopard. So I sprinted across the room, nearly stepped on Luke Coil over there. I think he's doing okay, though. And just started scraping under the table. Blind thrashing.
Okay. Start scraping on the... steps on Luke Coil, like the air is knocked out of your chest for a minute. There's this massive, 7-foot-long snow leopard plus the tail steps on you. And then in a dash to grab the rat, just... and starts like doing like the cat thing to slap it from under the table. You catch it, and then you just rake it out from underneath the table, and it is in rat pieces. There's tufts of fur everywhere. Well done.
Just imagining a cat with zoomies sprints over. Does the cat pose, all the way down to the ground, just starts batting at whatever it can get under the table.
Yeah, that's about right.
Alright. So, Aloe, Vrynna, and Looped Coil, you have avoided death once again, and also trounced the enlarged nasties that lived in this room. And Aloe, you got a snack for your snow leopard form. And
Oh, nice.
just,
Crunch, crunch.
as you all clean yourselves up and look around at the room, everything is still there. The cauldron is perhaps like toppled to the side, off of the daises now.
Yeah.
What do you guys do?
Loop sort of like scrabbles into his pack and pulls out the potion of healing. And just like desperately oops.
As a gentle reminder, you guys can take a short rest. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah.
Aside from your own urgency.
We haven't they haven't given Loop any time to collect himself.
Yeah, that's fine. Just aside
So
from your own
he's-
urgency, that's the only thing stopping you.
Yeah. So he's spooked
Go for it.
and is going to take his potion of healing.
Okay. 2d4 plus 2. Yeah, you gain 8 hit points. As you pop the
Okay.
cork. Smells like cherries. And you heal 8 cherry hit points.
Mm-hmm. Has already been applied.
Excellent.
And I can... Well, I guess I can just keep the potion vial in my inventory empty.
So you can just keep it empty, or you can delete it whenever you like.
I'll keep it empty.
Okay. In game, how long does the short rest have to be?
An hour.
Oh, okay.
An hour by basic rules. You recall that you were not given a time limit by Booker.
Yeah. The rats aren't going anywhere, but I feel like Vrynna would be kind of heavily breathing. The poison and mandible attacks definitely getting to her. Though I guess first things on her mind though would be the cauldron is totally spilled out. It's just whatever liquid was in there, it's just all over the ground, or was that nothing at all?
Yeah, it's completely spilled out. It's what was in there were just centipede bits and perhaps some whatever gross liquid.
Yummy.
Centipede waste.
Centipede gross liquid.
It's not like a mop or anything to clean it up. Just don't want anything drinking those weird liquids and getting large.
There's not a mop, but as looking around for a broom, mop, or anything like that, go ahead and make perception.
Just don't want
As you-
giant things that shouldn't be giant.
As you look around for anything to clean this up with, do some minor janitorial work. You do see... Wow, excellent. You see the... looking around at eye level, you glance over at the table across the way. Not really anything of use over there. You see a bag, but anything that the bag would hold wouldn't really have anything that you can clean this up with. But on kind of half off the daises that the cauldron was sitting on appears to be a giant ladle. You do pick it up, and then at first you would have assumed that the wood would have long rotted by now. It actually appears to be strangely fresh, and it's nice and hard in your hand, not spongy or anything like that. It's absolutely a ladle, though.
Now I don't feel like it's a ladle at all. It's odd. If I really must just try and scoop this up. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, why not?
Alright.
Fuck it.
While you...
It's almost like we can't have anything else. Like, drinking more strange liquids.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. As you go to scoop up like these liquids with this ladle, kind of like scoop it in, the liquid magically just disappears. And there's a small, like, little bit of magic sparkles coming from the giant ladle, and realizing now after its use, you have a great ladle of prestidigitation in your inventory.
Did I just make it disappear?
Yeah, you just made it disappear with
great ladle.
It's still there, right? But it's just
no, all of the mess is gone.
Cool.
I love that it's a great ladle because it's a two-handed weapon like a great sword. Beautiful. Major tier. Uncommon.
So, like, in line with what you originally surmised about it, yeah, this is definitely a magical item. It withstanding the test of time and not being just rotted wood by now definitely gave that off. You feel like you probably give somebody a pretty good bonk with this thing, in addition to cleaning up any messes at all.
Isn't that convenient?
Bear with a ladle.
War bear.
While these two hooligans are doing something, Aloe, what do you got on your mind?
I want to sniff this cauldron, see if I can determine anything about it from its smell.
Okay. Give me a little sniffy sniff. You kind of like paw at its overturned form, or overturned shape, and sniff. It smells like centipede. Give me a perception check.
Hold on.
From what I know of cat and dogs, the snow leopard would find centipede delicious. Oh, that was with advantage. So
it's still really high. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The first one was a 19 anyway, so it's fine.
I have keen smell. I have advantage on smell check.
Cool.
Yes, step back, not a leopard.
Okay, fair enough.
So apparently it reeks of centipede, which, as a snow leopard, perhaps does not reek. But licking your lips, like, and giving it another sniff to see if there's any other smells. Yeah, there's a little bit of some embiggening imbibe in here.
I see.
And actually, to that, you kind of like sniff the air and catch something else on your nose. Just you are led by your nose, Toucan Sam style, over to the bag that's on the table, and you sense a similar scent coming from this bag.
Okay. I think what I should do. Whoops. That's not how I apply that.
Aloe, still in cat form, bats off everything from the table because that is what cats do.
I was trying to turn off my cat form, but
On your
now I'm
Aloe
bored.
thing, do restore transformation. Sorry, on your cat form.
Okay.
Do restore transformation. It's a button at the top.
Oh. I see.
There we go.
Ah, cool sound.
Yep.
I'm gonna check out this bag.
I almost made you do a wisdom saving throw to just resist from batting everything off the table. but it wouldn't have been. It would have been funny, but it wouldn't have been proper. But anyway, so yeah, you check out the bag. It's like a red bag. It's made out of red tanned leather. In it, already kind of expecting what is in it from your spell, you withdraw a dark blue bottle with a dark blue liquid. On the side is imbibement of embiggening, and you now have one of those in your inventory. When you drink this potion, what if you were big?
Alright.
Okay. What would you like to do?
I mean, me the player would like the short rest, but
Okay. Would Vrynna petition for a rest?
I think each. Okay, then I would say. I think before venturing further, I might need a minute to rest for a little bit, just to regain some strength.
You all look at Vrynna as she says this. She's like covered in blood and like bug goo and like rat viscera, and she's bleeding her own blood a bit too.
Loop nods.
The rats definitely aren't going anywhere. Or I guess the centipedes now too. Whatever uncannily small things that should be large.
Alright. I'm down for a rest.
Alright, cool.
Okay. Go ahead and hit the the S rest button on your character sheets. It's just below hit dice. It'll ask if you want to roll hit dice, and then you just tell how many. And then it'll also give you back all the features that get back on a short rest, like wild shape, key points, second wind.
Do I need to roll a hit dice to restore those?
You need to roll... No, sorry. Hit dice is only for HP. Merely taking the short rest restores all your other features.
Pow.
And when you do a short rest, you can roll as many hit dice as you want.
During this rest, Loop takes out his, coiled up rope. You know, the looped coiled rope. Who would have thought? And sort of holds it in his hand, closes his eyes, and he meditates, using the rope as something to focus on.
Okay. So as you all take a breather, collect yourselves, meditate, focus on your rope. Aloe, you commune with nature a bit to regain your wild shape form, and Vrynna, you steady your breathing. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Cool.
All right.
I could use some more water.
We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alright. As you all feel recuperated, looking around the room, see a door to your rear on the opposite side that you entered, and armed with your great ladle of prestidigitation, what do you do?
Aloe wants to go check out this door.
Okay.
Gonna knock it.
It is a blue marble door, featureless, flat, has a lever on it. It is, as you come over here, the normally cool air that has been around this Wizard's Tower basement seems to shift in temperature a bit. It's almost undiscernible, but your passive perception picks it up.
Okay. I'll knock on the door.
Okay. Krong krong. Pardon me, coming in. No response. The brief contact with the door, it is warmer than the other doors that you have interacted with.
All right.
Can we hear very, very muffled in the background? Please come back. Help.
Make
So
a perception
long.
check.
Muffled sobs.
So you listen back to the riddle door. See if
You
you
know-
can hear him.
You know, Loop, the deaf cat hearing.
As Loop tries to hear back the the muffled cries and the beseechings of the statue door, Loop can't hear anything.
Wild.
The world
Yeah,
is
but
silent.
what if I tried listening?
The world is silent for you, Loop. Aloe, what is your passive? Your passive is actually better than what you rolled. Yeah, you can't hear the door. It's still pleading. Please come
Cool.
back. And then finally it goes into a sob. Oh.
Poor guy.
Poor guy.
We'll get
We'll,
over
we'll have to We'll have to remove the door from the hinges and take it with us. Fourth party member, door. This is a great door of having a face. When you get a +1 to attack rolls with it,
Sick.
and that's the only magic. That's it.
Great.
That's
Can I
magical
open a
play.
door and not go through it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Can you in real life?
Opening this door. I mean, yeah.
That's not fair. People can't shift into wild animals in real life.
The basic thing, the recommendation is say what you're gonna do, and if it's against the rules of the game, the DM will tell you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you
I'd
can
like to
you can
open
open
the door
it
and step to the side.
and step to the side. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So like you're expecting something to like come out at you, or
Not necessarily.
so
I
are
just
you
have a plan for exploring the next room.
are you like opening the door and then darting to the side, or just casually moving to the side?
It's pretty casual.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. So you open the door and then just give the lever a jiggle, and just open the door, and then you step to the side. The door opens, allowing entry and access to the room ahead.
All right.
Half expected that to be locked.
I would like to use a
Oh.
wild companion.
Okay. What companion are you summoning?
A giant rat.
Okay.
Smart.
Let me double check what this does, because that's the Find Familiar spell.
Yes.
You gain the ability to summon a spirit that assumes an animal form as an action. You expend a use of your Wild Shape feature to cast a Find Familiar spell with material components. When you cast a spell, the Familiar is technically a Fae instead of a beast, but it is still a beast. And the Familiar disappears after a number of hours equal to your Druid level, which is currently 2. So, there's your giant rat.
Yeah.
So just you summon your giant rat, and you compel old Ratty to venture forth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Does this giant rat have a name?
Ratty.
His name's Ronald.
Nice, nice.
All right,
Ronald the rat.
Okay. So yeah, so the rat goes in and explores. Like, do you give Ronald any specific commands, or you have a telepathic link to
Yeah.
the rat?
I would like him to make as much noise as a giant rat possibly can.
Okay. Rats. The three of you begin hearing just like awful like.
The two.
Oh yeah, sorry. The-
Well, I'm also blind and deaf while I'm controlling my rat, so
Really?
yeah. Well, you still hear it
if
because
I'm
the
able
rat
to
can hear
see through
itself.
his eyes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
The two of you begin hearing just wild rodent of unusual size noises, just like as it begins like puttering around.
I'm looking at Vrynna's face as it's doing this, and You know, I can infer that there's something loud. So I am on full alert. I am combat ready. Sword out and everything.
So
rummaging through these shelves, knocking things over.
So hang on, Aloe.
I say, what is that to a room of deaf people?
So as Ronald enters this room, so like when you first open the door, let me dial it back a bit.
Okay.
What you open the door into what might have once been like a laboratory or a workroom. As soon as you open it, like the air from the lab fills your nose, and it's a smoky air, and your olfactory senses are assaulted with the smell of burned meat and charring. As you send Ronald in, to his left is a small stool that, against all odds, appears to have an untouched glass bottle standing on it. Ronald gives it a little sniff, just like his little rat. He's got keen smell. It smells strong and something fierce, like a fermented potion runoff. As Ronald proceeds into the room, there sits a moldering desk and shattered remnants of alchemical glassware, while the center of the room is dominated by a set of tall bookcases that arrange back to back in sort of like a perpendicular plus shape. And then all around there are scorch marks and signs of countless small fires. The wooden furniture anywhere is blackened and carbonized in places. Ronald comes across like a pile of what may have been books but has since been reduced to ash. There's pillars that have fallen over and charred and blackened. There's rugs that have just been singed out of usefulness. And then that is what you see is probably from being around here. You can see like a mirror and stuff, and then there's the books. They're all just carbonized from uncontrolled fires. So that is what you get so far. What are you doing?
I'm still making noise.
Okay.
I guess I peer into the room. Unsure.
Vrynna, you peer into this room with your dark vision. Everything is still dark, still just there's no light anywhere. You peer in and you see like two unlit braziers on each side of the door, and peering in you see with your grayscale dark vision this rodent of unusual size running in circles with its mouth held high, just going It is the same rat that Aloe conjured.
I would say, say Vrynna knows, like, understands what is happening, but doesn't understand why it's happening. And it's why. Kind of looks back to Loops and just with a very confused face and
At this point, I think I would zoom back to my own consciousness, and Aloe just kind of motions towards the door.
All
Seems
clear.
like everything's clear in there.
Where would Ronald be at this point? Like where he is now, on the other side of the bookshelf, or on the other side of the room, or
he's probably scurried right around here.
okay. You zoom back to your consciousness, and Ronald just continues running around, making this awful rodent noise.
This is the cat zoomies that Ronald has right now. Just like slamming into things.
You do hear like some like thump, thump,
Muffled thump.
thump, books crashing to the ground, and then disintegrating into piles of ash. As you zoom back into your consciousness, you said you did something, or
Just kind of filled my friends in on what's going on.
okay.
which is exactly.
It's the rat. He's scouting.
Okay. Got it.
Ronald's in there
Alright.
making sure there are no threats.
God, I imagine any threat would run away from such a noise.
Also a good outcome.
Hey.
Luke sort of steps into the room.
Okay. The moment Loop steps into the room, Aloe, your telepathic link with Ronald suddenly severs.
Oh.
Just, and you can no longer sense him.
Huh. Well.
Loop, assuming the room was clear, is not looking back.
Yeah. Loop, when
I
you
walk up and touch Loop on the shoulder.
the
Is
moment
there
you
enough time?
The moment you step into this room, Loop, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
When you step in, there is a you feel something crunch beneath your feet. You glance down and you realize that that's the charred and enlarged hindquarters of a rat.
He kind of slowly turns back and looks at them, and then looks down and looks back.
And then Loop, you see the rest of this of the described room to Ronald.
Mm-hmm.
So you see like the bottle on the
Yeah,
stool
yeah.
next to you, the mirror, the bookshelves, all that other stuff.
Sort of tentatively steps forward again.
Okay,
Vrynna would walk in.
it's warmer in this room than previously in the Wizard's Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Not like
That is
that's not by like 15 degrees or anything like that, but just like 7 or so. Still noticeable.
yeah, like that's something that Loop would definitely notice.
Yes. You are
Even if
acutely
his
aware.
passive perception isn't like great,
Yeah, you
because
can
you know,
can still feel temperature changes. Yeah.
uh-huh.
Yeah, so like when you step in, it's just like oof, warm air, and also
Mhm.
your sense of smell. It's now smoky and burned meat.
Mm-hmm.
Vrynna, as your party enters, what do you do? And then Aloe, I'll get to you. I see you're interested in that bottle.
So what exactly? So like everything is charred, or just some things?
Most things. Like some of it is still like wood, but
Mhm.
most of it is charred wood, scorched wood. Where there's has been like countless just uncontrolled small fires that just constantly.
Mm.
That's what you can see right now.
Okay. Alright, I guess I just attention would go immediately to the potion, the untouched potion.
Okay. So, Aloe and Vrynna, you both check out the the incredibly lucky bottle here. This is this untouched bottle is completely pristine. It is a dark green, like typical like wine bottle, but it's short and stout, and it has kind of like ropes wrapped around it, kind of like around the middle to give it like a good grip.
Does it have any labels?
If it did, it would be like XXX.
Chemical X.
But no, it does not. It does not have any labels.
Hmm.
It is corked. But it still has that strong smell that Ronald picked up. It's a it's a corny smell.
I definitely don't like the idea of just I don't know. I so far there's nothing good has come from any sort of potion in this place. So
It's because you haven't been the one
just
drinking
sitting
them.
True.
Yeah, I got this imbibement of embiggening right here.
I hope we have a Megazord battle at the end of this, using the environment at the beginning.
So Vrynna,
Become an even
you're
bigger
staring
cat.
at this bottle, kind of like taking it in. Aloe, you sense Vrynna come up to you. What do you do while she's sizing it up?
What do I do?
And then hang on there, Luke.
Okay.
I think I grabbed the bottle,
Okay.
jostle it around a little.
Slosh, 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 slosh. It's got some liquid in it.
Okay. Aloe looks at Vrynna. You want to try it?
I'm not one for trying random potions in a old wizard's dungeon.
Can I pick it up and put it in my bag?
You can.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Maybe it'll come in handy later.
Alright. You now have in your bag Wizard Hooch. As you've been kind of like maneuvering around, it smells like old socks. I mean, finely aged and vintage, savory.
Old socks.
Like it's got like a hint of corn.
I do like corn.
You can drink it if you want, but that is up to you. It's clearly been untouched. It's preserved somehow. It is ripe for the drinking. But as you
Ripe is a good word.
masterfully planned,
Maybe rank.
you'll knock your socks off. Aloe, as you put this into your pack, Loop, you step up to the mirror or you step up near the mirror and you're looking around. And what are you up to?
Loop is curious about the bookshelf being not charred. I assume it's made of wood.
It is charred. It's just I don't have like a
Oh.
charred bookshelf.
It's not charcoal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bookshelf, its general form is still standing. It seems
Okay.
like it's a little sturdier. It's just like it's like surface scorch.
hmm How's the mirror?
You see yourself in the mirror. It's quite a sight.
Wait. What do you mean by quite a sight?
Yeah, it's quite a sight.
Yeah.
In the mirror, you see looped coil. You give yourself a once over. It's like,
Wow.
all right, yeah.
Nice.
You look at the mirror, like, kind of like pantomime a bit. Give it a weird
Maybe
look. Flex a bit.
Finger
Yeah, look at
gun.
these muscles, and then finally you wrap it up with winking at yourself and just finger guns.
Sounds about right. I'm gonna continue sort of making my way around the bookshelf.
Okay. Walk around. There's more books that are in these things just destroyed. There's years of waste and spreaded flames that rendered most of the books and equipment in this room just completely unusable. You can make an investigation check though.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
You do find another strangely undamaged book. This book has on it on the front my old notes in common.
In common, Loop is going to tentatively put a paw up and touch the spine of the book.
Make a dexterity saving throw. I'm just kidding. You touch the spine of the book. Nothing happens. You feel
I'm gonna-
your paw pads feel the spine of the book. It's like old velvet.
He's gonna take the book and, give it a once over, front, back, and then open it up.
Okay.
Sort
In
of flip
here,
through.
yeah, you just kind of like turn it over, flip it open. Yeah, okay, whatever. Journal stuff. Is immediately apparent that we are unable to read this. And instead of being the same like loopy, flowing script that we've seen throughout in the journals and on the golden script in the in the hallway, this appears to be more like runic, and the collection of whatever alphabet that this is using is more short and truncated. You get the feeling that this is sort of an old, like, discarded, maybe first edition of a spellbook.
Okay. Loop sort of one hand snaps it shut and tucks it into his pack.
Okay. In your pack, you now have a spellbook.
Nice.
Can I try to see where Ronald went?
You absolutely can.
Imagine it's a perception check.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, so you step past the mirror, give yourself a little wink, and continue on. You know that Ronald went somewhere over here. As we step forward, looking around, we see from here perhaps half of Ronald right here.
And
Actually, no,
Only
that's
half.
incorrect. You don't see anything. Retcon. No, that's incorrect. You do not see half of a Ronald. Expecting to see half of a Ronald.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Expecting to see just some half-eaten Ronald the giant rat remains. You look around. We're not able to see him. You do, however, notice that there are sort of like crisscrossing patterns that seem to have singed into the ceiling and floors. Yeah, seem to maybe like some small tendrils of whatever unknown substance kind of like hangs from it in areas above you.
Cool.
Loop is gonna, continue around. He's not really on guard, but he's taking his time, slowly, looking around, looking up to the ceiling. Should I give you a perception check?
Yeah, just look around. Yeah, that is definitely a perception check.
Oh.
Dang. Okay, with your keen eye.
Sort of.
Yeah,
stepping
around. With your keen eye, you see more scorch marks, more crisscrosses. They're less over in this side of the room, however. You do notice that those crisscrossing patterns, they seem to have some substance to them. Like they're actually like something that's plastered onto the ceiling and floors. It seems to kind of like spread out like a lattice work out from the corner that you are opposite of. So on here it'll be the west.
Yeah.
It seems to kind of spread out from like a lattice work from over there. You see to your right just like a kind of like a blackened tarp. Where it has been maybe covering some decor furniture in the past. You see some unlit braziers. There's this charred rug that has since been singed of all of its shag. Broken pillars and stuff. You see more chomped giant rats where they have been discarded, seemingly. the books and the bookshelves are still in similar conditions. You notice that there's a small, underneath the perpendicular plus shape of the bookshelf, you notice that there's a small, not a small, there is a circle underneath the central portion of the bookshelf. And the bookshelf is stationed on top of that. Suggesting that perhaps it may rotate.
Loop is going to stand here and push down, like that way, the way I moved.
Okay. The bookshelf. Oops. Yeah, okay. Can I get a ray? There we go. You push on the bookshelf and it spins. Just the bookshelf is now like this. You all can hear the rattling of the bookshelf as the entire fixture moves and spins, just on a swivel.
Okay. Loop sort of quickly jogs around to meet up with the other two.
Okay.
Any? Should I slow down, or can I go over and see him?
You're just
okay.
But what's your path? So like right here. So like zip zip zip.
Yeah,
zip.
like all the way. Let me get the measurement tool out, or I can even just draw, can't I? Oh wait, no, I can do this.
Oh.
So around here, around this way.
Okay. So you walk over and you're jogging around the bookshelf. When you get to when you crest this part, you're just like jogging around, trying to meet back up with your party as the bookshelf fixture has moved, perhaps to tell them of your findings around the room. And at this exact moment, there is a sudden lurch of movement from the corner. And Vrynna, you see this, but it's so fast because you're just looking in that direction. But Vrynna, you see this, but it's so fast you can't warn Loop, and immediately just to reiterate, just like a lurch of motion, a huge, like, glowing red hot thing goes and attempts to latch onto you, Loop. It is going to be a grapple check. So make an acrobatics make an acrobatics check or an athletics check. Your choice.
There we go.
Very nice.
So can I roleplay this out a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I should get the result of it.
You do escape, but just barely, as this this massive, hulking, glowing, 8 feet long. Like, you look back at it as it goes. You're like the little ear tufts, flick in just the moment, and then this hulking, massive red elemental spider.
Oh, interesting.
So opens up kind of like this kind of like cork of like trapdoors, char, and lurches out at you. And
Loop, he can't hear this, but he feels the heat because he can't hear, but his other senses have sort of acclimated and gotten more intense. He feels the heat, and rather than trying to turn his head because he knows that he can't, it won't be enough time for him to recognize what it is, he just sort of like leans back and baseball slides down to here instead. And right. it passes over his head.
Okay. So just as the spiders tries to grab you and then foreseeably attempt to drag you back into its little lair, you narrowly dodge and baseball slide under. Whoa! With the crisscrossing of these that you now realize is perhaps like spider netting, alerting it of the vibrations of where prey is. Everybody roll.
Oh, that's why Ronald disappeared.
I would like you all to roll initiative.
Yeah.
Sick.
This, as you all look and you see the terrible creature before you, this massive, like 8-foot spider that exudes fire elemental energy just rushes forward with a lurch of motion, narrowly misses looped Coil.
And it's time for looped Coil to react. What's up, Thomas?
Oh, there it is. I rolled a 1.
Dull.
Before I say this, I will have to, real quick, take something out of the oven pretty much after my turn finishes.
Okay. Out of the oven comes the Inferno Spider.
Out of the oven. Yeah, no. Loop is going to sort of step to the side to give Vrynna, a clear path. And as he steps, he's going to take a swing with his short sword.
Go for it. 20 hits.
Who would have thought?
20 doesn't miss much. 7 damage, nice.
And he's gonna take an, he swings broad with his right hand, horizontal, and after he sees that it connects, he takes a swing. He tries to kick with his left leg, but sort of he's not used to this exact motion, kind of off balance, stumbles, catches himself, and that's his turn.
Okay.
And I will be right back.
Go get that food.
All right. Vrynna, in this blur of motion, you see looped Coil react to this massive trapdoor spider that comes out of nowhere, just completely flipping open its trapdoor that it was hiding behind, and looped Coil responds by slashing it with this short sword and then kind of stumbling a bit off balance. What do you do?
Well, let's go up, smack it. That explains why everything's burnt. Does that hit? 13?
What did we roll? A 13 does not hit. As you take your maul, taking in, it's like, well, that explains why everything's burnt. And you go to smack the thing with your maul of re-rolling, and it's surprisingly agile. Oh no, a predator.
I'm very good at killing rats. Apparently not that good at killing bugs.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use one of its legendary actions.
Oh, jeez.
Legendary actions, and it's going to let's see, send a searing gel. It just sends out this warbling stream of boiling webbing that it produces from its mandibles. And Vrynna and Aloe, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh.
As this napalm-like substance just warbles through the air.
Just burn me now. I'm gonna minus that.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
Alright,
Well.
Aloe. Vrynna, as you dodge out of the way of this stream, it opens up Aloe to to the attack. And Aloe, you couldn't see it before because of Vrynna's form, but now there's this. You're covered in this burning hot, viscous liquid that is all over you. It's like and let me mark you as burning, and we'll come back to what that does. On the spider's turn, it's going to let's see here.
I returned with dinner, by the way. So
Welcome back. Aloe's on
Welcome
fire.
Cool.
Let's see. So on the spider's turn, it's going to hawk another loogie and just. It's going to try to send this burning web on. It would do it for Luke because he's fallen first.
That was the original target. Oh, wow.
No!
Alright, so I guess I'll do the strength save. Right?
You actually don't get that right now. You get it on your
Oh,
next turn.
that's the web. Okay.
Yeah, so you are enwebbed. You are restrained. And your speed is 0. And any attack actions are at disadvantage, and attacks against you are at advantage.
Gotcha.
And then if you have more questions, you can ask. The spider then will... let's see here. Repositions itself, so it's going to just see that it webbed you properly, and then it's going to move back, crawl up the wall, and it's now on the ceiling.
Can I take a disadvantaged attack of opportunity against it when it moves like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Do only one of us get the attack of opportunity?
I think both of us do,
No, you
right?
both can. You have a reaction available. So you can loops is at disadvantage. Yours is normal. Vrynna. 17 hits. Let's see.
Okay.
There you
Just
go.
that.
An 8 does not hit.
Okay. I deal 9, and I don't think I can take an unarmed strike because martial arts needs to be on my turn.
That's right. You don't have a bonus action on a reaction.
Cool.
So the spider lurches backwards, trying to reposition and take in and assess what it has to deal with, and is now on the ceiling, perhaps about 10 feet above you. Aloe, at the beginning of your turn, this extremely viscous, like honey-like, or has the viscosity of honey, just is now all over your arms and your leather, burning into you. You take 5 fire damage from the burn.
Is there a quick way to apply that damage without opening my character?
Yes.
Right-click the damage number.
While your
And then-
token is selected, of course.
Yeah, while your token is selected.
Okay.
Right-click the damage number and apply damage.
And then,
As it turns out, this program is very good on the player end.
and then, so that happens at the beginning of your turn.
Okay.
You are covered in this fiery liquid. It burns something fierce, but you have now discovered where Ronald has gone.
We
Poor
salute
guy.
you, Ronald.
We'll avenge him.
What would you like to do?
I would like to take a step forward and use one of these bad boys.
Create or destroy water. Okay.
And just have it rain on this area for a while.
Okay. Let's see. Create water. Create up to 10 gallons of clean water within range. Oh, that's right. Spell scrolls have actual rules.
Oh, do they?
If the spells on your class's spells of a higher level you can normally cast, no, you can cast level 1 spells.
Yeah.
Okay. So you open up the spell scroll and begin reading from it. Just you create suddenly through your druidic magic. It begins pouring rain from the middle of this, from inside. Just and yeah, you are no longer on fire. Well played.
Cool.
Nice.
And then...
It does not seem to have any effect on the spider, unfortunately.
Okay, fair enough.
It is now wet and also on fire.
Steaming.
It's, yeah, like there's this small steam coming from this elemental imbued spider. That as you look around now, you can see that there's many like spilled potions around the storeroom. It's probably the product of many of these working together.
After I've taken an action, can I move more?
Yes.
If I haven't moved my max distance?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yep. You can split it up as much as you want.
Let's see.
And remember, you always have the action of do literally whatever you want.
Right. Okay.
You create this water, this rain, and the spider goes and looks at you from the ceiling.
I'll just hang out over here, I think.
Okay. You can dash behind your companions. Looped Coil. At the beginning of your turn, you take 4 fire damage from the burning, restricting webbing that is digging into your flesh and burning through it.
Okay.
And this melting sensation.
Now, do you want a strength save?
Yeah, you're trying to burst out of the web?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a strength check.
Strength check, not strength save.
Yes. Okay,
Nope.
try to get out of the webbing. It's got you stuck. It's got you stuck fast. You're like held. You're restrained in a manner that's like you can't get any leverage on it, and it's difficult to force your muscles to burst out of this webbing from this giant inferno spider.
Yeah. Is that an action to burst out?
It is an action.
Okay.
You have a bonus action if you have anything to use it with.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I want to... Okay. I'm going to use Patient Defense to take the dog action. The dog action?
No, that's correct.
The dog action.
That's correct. the dog action.
Loop Coil is now a dog.
Wow.
Cat, dog. No, take the dodge action as a bonus action. Okay. So, if I recall correctly, any attack roll made against me has a disadvantage.
Yep. Which will be nicely against combating the restrained condition.
Mm-hmm. So that'll
it's a
even it
normal
out,
roll,
right?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay,
Normal roll. Vrynna, there's a spider on the ceiling, and it's also raining.
Can I? Alright. I guess Vrynna would first try to go to loot and I guess like take one of her hand axes and try and like cut open the webbing.
Okay. Make an attack roll to try to like kind of cut and carve it off of him.
Actually, you know what? First, before I do it, actually, I walk up the loop coil and then first shift into the good old path there. Right, 26.
Okay, so 3 plus your
Five?
Constitution modifier. So 3
Plus
plus 5.
level.
That's right, yeah. 8 temporary HP. And your AC is +1.
Alright, cool. And then I go to try and chop open.
Okay. Chop.
Web. So it's an attack roll.
Yeah. Attack roll, please. As you move forward and shift at the same time,
Wow, that was not as cool as I
Boy.
when you go to take your hand axe, and then you're shifting. Actually, when you go to strike, it kind of like warbles a bit as the shifting comes into being at the same time you're striking your hand axe, and it causes the hand axe to go and go weird and stuff, and it kind of like wobbles, and you do not get the force that you need to actually cut into the webbing.
To be fair, that is the probable best way that fumble could have gone, rather than lopping my head off.
Yeah, fair enough. That's unfortunate.
Let's see. It says bonus Anything else?
Um.
Bonus action. You've got movement.
Wait. Okay. So it's technically above me. I could move, and it wouldn't opportunity attack.
Correct. Well,
Does it have reach?
How does that work?
Well,
you don't
okay.
know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm ready to scrap. I'm ready to scrap it out. But I'm like
Okay.
shifting because she knows she's gonna have to kind of wrestle with the spider.
Okay. Let's see here. On the Inferno Spider's turn, we're gonna see if he gets his burning web back.
Actually, move back. Oh,
You're gonna move back.
just so not like directly, because the way since Aloe got
I get
burnt, time from me standing in front
I get it.
and not being able to dodge. But the idea is.
Let's see here. The spider is going to move this way on the ceiling, just like, and then it's going to hawk a burning web at Vrynna. Just it sends this gooey mass out that immediately just explodes in fans, and it goes and wraps around you and restrains. You're now just covered in this goopy mess. And now, seeing that the 2 out of 3 of its potential prey are now covered in this webbing, it's lets go of the ceiling and drops back onto the floor with a shake of the room, just and which brings us to Aloe. Aloe, you have made it rain, but two of your friends are covered in this goopy webbing, and then there's the Inferno Spider now back on the ground.
Why these two have to go and get webbed up?
You want to free us? Come do it.
Luke somehow says.
Looped did a matrix dodge at the spider jumping out at him.
Look,
Alright?
The spider
there's a lot of
glows.
things I want to do with my actions.
The spider glows
I know.
with a red hot burning of fire elemental fury. It clacks its mandibles together as it nears closer to Vrynna. Vrynna, you can see all of its 8 red hot burning piercing crimson eyes look at you.
Okay. Can you still attack while you're in the web, or do you
Yes.
have to use your act?
It's disadvantaged, but I can still attack. We can still attack. We can't move, I don't think, though.
Yeah, your speed's 0. So to sum up the web, you cannot move because it implies the restrained condition. Restrained is
Right.
your speed is 0, and attacks, outgoing attacks are at disadvantage. Incoming attacks are at advantage. If I think it's you auto fail certain types of saves too, but the web that is causing it can be cut apart or can be pulled apart like bursted, like Incredible Hulk style with a strength check. Yeah, you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Can I ask my friends how their health's doing? Is that a thing?
You can. You can
I
ask them as you, and also I'll provide as you look over them, ready to ask how they're doing. Loop looks Loop looks a little. Well, they both look a little singed. But you can ask them directly how they're feeling.
I would like to know exactly how both of you are feeling.
And it is up to you guys if you want to. I'm feeling about a 19 out of 24.
Yeah, Loop is feeling at about an 11 out of 15 right now.
Well, that's
or you can RP, or you can RP it.
No, but Vrynna would actually
Sorry, what was that?
So So Vrynna, as she sort of, the way she, I guess, like yells out, it kind of like shifts back from like what her voice like sort of normally like to like shift between that and like a beast kind of growling. As she says, like, "Don't worry about me."
Okay. In that case, let's see.
But yeah, the metagame, trust me, I'm chilling.
Yeah. I won't.
It takes an action to break out of the web yourself, right?
Yes.
Jeez. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you move forward to the Tabaxi covered in this red hot web.
Okay, one more question.
Yes.
If I were to drink an imbibement of embiggening, and then, say, turn into something big, would that thing be bigger than normal?
If you did it in the other direction. If you turned into something and then drank it.
Okay.
Because you're...
So clearly...
because you, like... It's based on form.
Right.
Yeah.
I have an idea. You should toss the vial into the air, uncorked, and then snap the liquid up with your wild shape form. Flawless plan.
I thought you were gonna say like mix it with the rain. Just make us all crazy.
Oh no, I'm not.
That seems dangerous. There's a giant spider over there.
Was I here? I was here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I accidentally hit the arrow key.
I think I'm gonna do this
Okay.
on that guy.
Oh. That guy.
Yeah.
I see how it is.
That's what
And
you are at
then-
this point in this game.
doesn't even remember my character's name. I see how it is.
Okay.
Look, Loop.
Alright.
Calm
Aloe.
down.
That's canon now. Alright, Aloe, as you reach out and touch the Tabaxi, is like, look, Luke, calm down. You're
You
able
got
to
this.
you're able to
He
impart
can't-
a guiding nature.
Now the best part about this is Aloe says, "Look, Loop, calm down." Loop is webbed up. He can't turn his head. He is deaf. He can't hear.
That's fine, you still get the bonus.
Okay. And then I don't have to stay in touch range for that to be in
No.
effect, right?
No,
Okay.
it's just like tag.
Oh, he's out.
Okay.
Oh, but in my mind, I was like, you know, it's like a guiding, like comforting presence. It like calms him down, and then he just leaves.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Okay, so you move forward, touch loop, look loop, calm down. And then
Skitter back.
for a moment
Yep.
you feel this reassuring touch on your shoulder, looped coil, and then it's gone. You feel the presence just
As a monk, I choose to interpret this as divine guidance.
Okay. Anything else, Aloe?
I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, the Inferno Spider is going to take a legendary action and attempt to like rush forward and grab onto Vrynna. You make it's a grapple attempt. Whichever thing you choose, you do at a disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
There's your
Wait, so
DC.
So I have to.
You have to beat 20.
You have to.
Strength check, right?
You can
Like
do.
the strength save?
You can do an athletics check or an acrobatics check. Your choice, but either one, you make it a disadvantage because you're webbed up.
Well,
All right. So
that's tragic.
the spider grabs you, just and then sinks its mandibles in you, just and then drags you away from the party.
No!
Where do we go? Going on a journey.
Actually, no. It'll be the spider would drag you up the wall. So we're now halfway up the wall. Vrynna, you're now like 5 feet above the ground. The spider is firmly planted, taking up the entire wall space as if it were just this ferocious, burning, fiery tapestry of a spider.
Cool.
You are now grappled and restrained.
So,
This is mean.
wait, so what exactly does grapple mean?
It's basically like
mechanically?
light restrained.
Hmm.
It's just the spider's now holding on to you, in addition to you being restrained by the web.
Okay.
So Loop, at the beginning of your turn, you're on fire.
It's true.
You take 3 fire damage. And you watch as Vrynna, webbed up.
Wait, does the rain not put that out?
Not this.
Okay, cool. Vrynna's just been pulled up the wall halfway.
Yep.
Loop's gonna try to break out again.
Okay.
That didn't work too well.
Well,
I'm not gonna use guidance on
Yeah.
that. Yep, that's a choice I can make, right?
Yes, it's a choice you can make.
Okay. Speed is 0. Do I have anything else? I don't really want to. Can I punch the web to death?
That is something that you can do.
Really?
Yeah, this is Minecraft, didn't you know?
Yeah.
You can make an
Is
attack
that
roll
a-
on the web.
Is that a serious? I can make an attack like an unarmed strike bonus action.
I think you can only use unarmed strike bonus action if you take the attack action.
Well, let me.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. God damn it! I can't flurry of blows it either. And I tried to break out, so I don't think there's much I can do. I guess that's it then.
Okay. Vrynna,
How much damage we're taking?
4 fire damage. Things are looking really bad. You're being dragged by this inferno spider up the wall back to its lair. Oh no!
Okay. So any action I do is with disadvantage, right?
Attack actions.
And is that from both? So is that just from being webbed, or is that?
It is only from being webbed. The web is conferring restrained, which is causing the disadvantage on attack rolls. All grapple does is it takes your speed to 0 and allows the spider to move you around.
Okay. So I guess I'll try and break out then, which is a strength saving throw.
You can make a strength check, or you can try to hit it and carve your way out.
I feel like they're probably about the same.
The DC is 12. So unfortunately, you do not break the burning web. It cuts into. It burns and singes into your flesh. Now that is now hardened by your bear form. The fire elemental magics are too strong at this time.
Okay. That's disappointing. And that is like a full action, right?
It is a full action.
Question.
Yes.
I guess it's just never mind. That I was going to ask if prestidigitation is also a full action, and I'm pretty sure it is.
Yep. It's a cantrips, and casting it's an action. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. Just clean up the mess.
Is that your turn? What are you doing, Vrynna? You have a bonus action, if anything.
Yeah, no.
Action Surge is a long rest, right?
Action
No.
Surge is a short rest.
Short rest. Just debating. Fine.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
Up to you.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like say.
no, I was already considering it. Though.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
Don't worry. It's not like now I'm gonna do it. Which is most like thematically, I just wanted to like RP action, so just hitting it twice. But not realistically. You know what? Actually, I'll accept this end of turn.
Okay.
I have a lot of health.
Alright. At the end of your turn, it's going to use a legendary action and hurl another searing gel at Aloe. This warbling massive just. But it seems that, very fortunately, the rain, as it hurls through it, is able to super cool it down, and at your feet is just this nasty, like, gooey gel of red, charred, and boiling mess. So, very nice. The spider is going to drag you over a bit, Vrynna, and then climb onto the ceiling. You and it are now upside down on the ceiling, and it's going to bite into you with a flaming bite. The Chelicera of the spider just part, and this elemental fire just exhumes as it bites into you. And it does so with advantage.
Oh god.
Yeah, that hits.
This thing is.
Make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
Very nice. It chomps onto your shoulder just, and pierces into your shifted Beasthide. You feel the gout of elemental flame just threatening to burn you, but you resist with your shifted Beasthide. Aloe, you watch this unfold.
Okay, so things are going well, but I'm gonna move up here
It could
and
be
hope
better.
desperately that the spider isn't very smart. And cast Animal Friendship to try and buy us some time.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Come on, man.
Is that like the third one in a row for you?
Okay. You cast Animal Friendship and just clack clack, and you beseech the beast in front of you. But unfortunately, it pays no attention to you. And you get the feeling that with the mixing of the elemental fire and all the other magic that has found its way into this spider creature, that it is no longer a beast and it has become
Wow.
something else.
All right. Well.
It's classified as a monstrosity.
Wait, so does that?
The
was
Arcana
that
check was to
active?
see if
Okay.
you would realize that before casting Animal Friendship.
Well.
Realizing that that this fire elemental spider does not heed your magical friendship that you know to have worked on beasts in the past. What do you do?
Guess I'll drink my potion of swiftness.
Okay. Blip, 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 blip. You may now move 40 feet per round, and whenever you exit the Inferno Spider's threat range, it does not get a strike on you.
And since they're on the ceiling right now, does that mean I can't get in touch range?
They are 10 feet up. How tall are you?
Like 5 feet.
You could jump and maybe make it.
Let me get my jump calculator real quick. What's your strength?
10?
Let me see.
I say I have like a hand.
You are 5
out
feet.
above me.
Your strength is 10. Let's see. Vrynna's kind of dangling. If you jump with all your might and you get a running start, you might be able to tag her foot.
Okay. Well, I don't have any actions left this turn, so I'll just position for my next
Wait,
move.
am I upside down with the spider, or am I right side up?
You are currently like right side up, dangling from the spider's
Okay.
bits.
Okay.
Which brings us to Looped Coil. Hello.
It's true.
I thought I was upside down. I was good.
I'm gonna try to cut away at the web.
Okay, go for it. It's with disadvantage.
Oh yeah. Let me do another roll real quick.
Oh gosh.
21 hits the web. Go and roll
Alright,
damage.
do I need to roll damage or do I
You
cut it?
Do need roll damage. That's enough.
Okay.
So, cutting with the short sword, just you sever enough to where your bonds just kind of collapse around you and just it falls around. You are restrained no more, Looped Coil.
Yay. Okay. Okay, I have an idea. Looped Coil's gonna back up, keeping his eye on the spider to about here.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. So, freeing yourself and giving your short sword a little flourish of practice, you take a couple trepidatious steps backwards, eyeing up your quarry. Your enemy ahead of you. Vrynna, Looped Coil appears to be leaving you to your fate of being devoured by an inferno spider. What do you do?
I've got a plan.
Oh,
Might not be a good plan, but
you take 5 points of fire damage at the start of your
Oh,
turn,
me?
Looped Coil.
yeah.
And Vrynna, you take 2 points of fire damage.
Okay.
You're
This is
burning.
gonna be close.
Singed. So it's the
Retroactively, if you want to take your
12,
bonus
right?
action, Loop. Well, I guess you don't really
nothing.
have anything to... Anyway. Go ahead, Vrynna.
Sorry. So it's the 12 DC
If you'd like to make a strength check, yeah. 12. It's a DC 12 strength check, where you can try to cut your way out.
with disadvantage.
With disadvantage, correct. Up to you. Or you can do something completely different. Up to
Yeah,
you.
I know, but I'll see. I'll try to. There we
Succeeds! From the webbing, just stupid spider! You burst the webbing out. You are no longer restrained, but you're still grappled.
Go. Good. Perfect. Ideal.
The spider still has a hold
wanted.
of you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, and then quick bonus action. Wait, no, that has to be my action surge. Just gonna quick bonus action surge real quick. Right? Oh wait, no, that's like a totally separate thing, right?
Yeah, that's not even a bonus action.
Yeah, action surge is just, here you go.
Alright, but I'm gonna heal myself second win.
Cool.
It's health.
Something better than nothing.
I mean, I'm almost full HP.
Player knowledge. I'm feeling at about a 3 out of 15 right now.
I still have like a healing potion. I am so good. And yeah, I burst out of the webbing with both like a very loud roar and try and just swing this maul, hit the spider.
Okay. It's a normal roll. As you're dangling from the ceiling in the spider's grasp, you take your maul, and then just 12 does not hit. it's kind of like
hard to hit.
Yeah, it's kind of like spinning, and it's trying to like re-web you, and then it's a little awkward. You can't get the maul to connect with it with any sort of force.
Yeah, right, cool.
Okay. The spider is going to see if we get our burning web back. Does not.
Oh, thank God.
And then it's going to drag Vrynna back towards its lair. We're still upside down on the ceiling. We're closer to the corner now, though. Like the corner of where the ceiling meets the wall, the top of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to bite you, Vrynna. I don't know how to roll low.
So high.
Rolled a 16. Your Constitution saving throw is great. As with a gout of frame from the little spider fangs, it goes and bites and chomps off 11 points of damage from you.
Okay, maybe I'm not so good. I was doing great, and now I'm not.
We're always everybody gangsta till it rolls maximum damage.
Yeah.
Go for it, Aloe.
All right. I'm gonna run up to this dangling bear. Do my absolute best. The biggest leap I've ever done. And shove my imbibement of embiggening down the bear's throat.
Okay. I rolled a d20 to see if this would work, and it did.
Oh man!
Because you can only jump 3 feet.
Oh. Well,
it's
a life or death situation.
Yeah, you've got the adrenaline. You've got the adrenaline pumping. And then yeah, sure.
They like toss it. I grab it.
So let's see here.
And then I want to use my bonus action to,
Yeah?
turn into a bear.
The bears. You are.
I use my bonus action to immediately win the fight.
All right, so there are now 2 bears. Let's see.
1.5, really.
Wow.
You are.
What? No, I'm not.
Okay, I was gonna say.
We'll say with the sudden form shift that you also just you are no longer grappled and you fall to the ground.
The spider fall.
Roll an acrobatics check.
Big old thump. A big old thump.
You take 3 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall from the ceiling.
Oh, I hope that doesn't make her unconscious.
No, it's still fine.
Okay.
And Aloe, paint us a picture of how you accomplished all this.
Well, due to my expert positioning from the previous turn, I just had to take a small running start and jump up onto the bear myself. You know, just kind of tilt her head back, dunk some potion in there, and then
Stylishly
as I was falling, you know, not falling, jumping from the bear to the ground because it's cool, I transformed into a bear midair and then landed like Iron Man.
3-point landing of a bear.
Uh-huh.
Let's go!
Meanwhile, I landed like a Magikarp. Just sprayed all.
Oh, that's right.
Limbs splayed.
You're also prone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Makes sense.
No, not you. I think
I know.
Min's okay.
Wait, so is the snow leopard larger than the bear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a giant snow leopard. All right. From this display, the Inferno Spider just screeches, and Looped Coil.
Yes.
You have many. You have two bears. The bears.
The bears. Okay, so is this spider still on the ceiling?
It is still on the ceiling.
Okay. I'm gonna take Step of the Wind, and my jump distance is doubled.
Okay.
Now, I have 12 strength if you want to get the jump calculator going.
How tall are you?
Good question. What is the average height of a Tabaxi? Like 5'5", 5'6"?
If it's 5 feet, it doesn't matter. I got you. Okay. What are you?
Okay.
What are you doing?
Looped Coil is going to run, jump onto the wall, and then jump off the wall and try to like stab the spider and bring it down with all his weight.
I love it. Make me an acrobatics check,
Okay. Skills.
and also an attack roll. It's good enough. 18 hits.
Yo. Okay.
All right.
Nice. 7 damage.
Okay.
And on my way down, because my acrobatics are so good, I'm going to try a monk unarmed strike.
Go for it.
Nope.
I
don't think so.
What was your intention with the monk arm strike?
I was just like punching it, like stab into it, and then try to go for a punch as well.
Okay. All right. 9 does not hit.
Okay.
Spider is going to make its own.
And like I'm hanging onto the spider, sword in it, trying to bring it down with my weight.
Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. So Looped Coil, in this impressive display, you run through the rain, just the footfalls of your of your Tabaxi paw pads splashing in the water, and you leap off to the side of the wall, and then you jump off of it, and then like two-handed overhead stab into the spider. It screeches, and then you try to like kick up into it or like punch up, but the leverage is weird, and you're kind of dangling, and then you kind of like swing your body, trying to bring it down, and you bring it down with you. Roll me an acrobatics check.
Yep. That was... Yeah, there we go.
And you land in a perfect, like, easy landing. You do like a little tuck and roll to the side, and then flourish your short sword. You're ready to go again. The spider, however, takes 3 points of bludgeoning damage and is prone.
Nice,
Welcome to the
nice.
club.
Yeah, welcome to the
I was kind
club!
of hoping you'd mess up that acrobatics check and I'd just be surrounded by idiots on their back.
the ground.
Wait, no. Listen. Cats always land on their feet.
It's true.
Let's see. It wouldn't searing gel. It's upside down. It can't latch. Okay, go ahead, Vrynna.
I guess I get up.
Okay, that's half your speed, so you have 15 feet of movement left.
Ideally, hopefully don't have to move. I'm gonna...
You have the spider next to you on the ground.
Yeah. Bonus action, gonna use Potion of Healing.
Yes, you can.
Imagining giant bear claws.
There.
Two claws, the potion between it, one more claw to take the quirk out.
That was a perfect potion of healing. Nice.
Yeah, that actually...
Wow.
I don't, like, literally just... I just take, like, glass and all, just shove it, and just...
Amazing.
Just chop into it and drink
Just-
whatever's there.
crunch
Yeah.
it with your bare jaws.
Yeah. I am way too big for subtlety at this point. And all my stuff get well, I guess no, it's just with me. It's not okay, so now that I am bigger, does that change anything?
Now that you are bigger, when you hit with an attack, you deal an extra 1d4 damage.
Oh wow.
And your size and weight are all doubled. And since you are a larger thing, you can now push and pull more, and you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws to match your new size.
And attacking a prone enemy,
That is when attacking a prone enemy, when you are right next to it, it is done at advantage
Alright.
with a melee
This is
weapon.
Got it, yeah. If this was a more comedic game, I would absolutely elbow drop the spider.
You can elbow drop it and still use your maul if you want.
Ooh.
I'm actually okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna like, can I say I'm big enough to like one hand this maul?
No. Your weapon's enlarged with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that okay. I thought it did. Alright, that's still cool. Giant maul. So yeah, I like jump and like try and slam down on this prone spider with advantage, right?
Yeah, with advantage. Sick. 23 hits.
Alright.
Oh god, this is gonna be fat damage.
Meaty.
Oh, it is. Oh, hit this.
Plus an extra
And
1d4.
Yep.
Amazing.
Oh,
15 damage.
that is so satisfying after not hitting it like 3 times.
You roll to your feet, Vrynna, then take your maul, wrap the little cord that keeps it from flying off of your wrist, and then bring it above your head, give it a little jump, then bring your giant maul that is now extra giant down on this creature's abdomen. It splurges and screeches the Inferno Spider. It goes crazy and makes very awful noises. It shoots gouts of elemental flame everywhere as it recoils from your strike.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Spider scrambles with unnatural elemental speed and scrambles back to its feet, just and is now going to go and let's see. It's got a huge bear there. It's going to contend with you for a bit and just like, and it will.
Stall back.
Let's see. Look around. See, there's 2 bears, and then going. It would try to bite you. Yeah. It would try to bite the bear, the large bear. It's currently focused on it. It doesn't see looped coil or anything like that. 15. Very nice. Oh, and wait. See if it gets its. It does not get its web back.
Cool.
So the spider sees that it is surrounded, is going to shoot a next turn. It's going to shoot its turn over to Aloe.
Can I say I blocked the spider's bite with the maul?
Heck yeah, that's rad.
With the staff of the maul.
Yeah, go for it. So just the spiders, and you block it. Back beast! Crazy elemental spider. Which brings us to Aloe.
Alright.
Do I still get my swiftness potion effect after
Yes.
my transformation?
Yes, you
okay. Perfect. I'm gonna walk up to this friendly little spider. Use my multi-attack on him.
Heck yeah.
Go ahead and bite him.
Cool. Roll attack. Or roll to hit. 15 hits.
Alright.
One roll damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Hit him with the claws.
Go for it. 10
Darn.
does not hit.
I think that's my turn.
Okay. You're not moving or anything, or
Oh wait. Let me just.
Yeah.
you mentioned it's like the swiftness potion was like, don't you want to move? Okay. Give me. So you understand how we do it by now? Give me a paint me a picture of how this attack looks as a black bear.
Inspired by the giant bear I've created, I take up my own arms, literal arms, crawl over to this spider, see him cornered, and just a surge of emotion runs through me. I feel powerful for the first time in this entire campaign, and I just chomp into this spider. I think I took at least one of his legs.
Let's see. 8 damage. You know what? You did. You have.
Spit it out, by the
so
way.
yeah.
It's not painful.
Yeah, you chomp off one of his legs. You rip it off with your bear mouth and your bear claws, and just there's like a gout, like a torch, a torrent of flame just that exudes out of the socket of the limb as you rip it off and just take it away, and then spit it out. Okay. Let's see. At the end of your turn, it's going to run out and like just make a rush forward towards Looped Coil and go to grapple it.
Wow.
Okay. What do I roll to beat this?
Athletics
Strength.
or acrobatics, your choice.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh no, it grabs you!
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
So the spider just goes and Looped Coil and now has a hold of you, and it's a Chelsea just bites into the scruff of your neck and just drags you away. And it is going to go here and then kind of like clamber kind of like up in the corner that you now have cornered. And for this specific thing, you do not get an attack of opportunity, Vrynna.
Oh, okay.
Because it is a legendary action.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's see here. Which brings us to Looped Coil's turn. You are currently grappled by this Inferno Spider.
Yeah. So Looped Coil's gonna try to attack with his short sword. He reverses his grip on it, so, holding it, backwards. Takes his other hand and tries to swing the sword, upwards back into whatever is holding him.
Okay. Just 21 hits. 6 damage.
And gonna try to take an unarmed strike. Stab the sword in, and then with the other arm, try to elbow strike behind me as well.
Okay. 22 definitely hits. Oh, sick!
You.
Your elbow is very sharp.
Uh-huh.
Just delivering an elbow strike that would make a lesser being bleed. Just you strike out deftly, and the Inferno Spider like kind of wobbles a bit. It's like, and then it looks around, kind of steadies itself, and just flares up with more Eldritch Flame. Vrynna.
So how
It appears to be dragging Looped Coil back into its lair so it can chomp on it.
so it's like holding it in its mouth.
Yeah, more or less.
Sorry, I just got like. Yeah, I guess gonna just keep on. I'm gonna like trying to hit. I mean, I don't know how to really try and hit it. I'm trying to specifically hit it in its like head to like let go.
It's the whack-a-mole game.
It is indeed whack-a-mole.
Oh,
I
18
indeed
hits.
whack this mole. Oh, we roll that. Okay. Can I re-roll that or hit the dice? Clearly.
Don't forget your D4.
Oh yeah. I still have that.
Nice. Okay. Bonk, bonk.
So I guess like would it be not just like on top of the head, but it's not an overhead swing, but more of like a side swing to try and like
You
away from loot.
Yeah, you clock it right in its temple if it had one. Just spider, just its head jolts from the force of the blow, kind of like dangling Loop with him, with it, just and then Loopy kind of like push and steady yourself against the wall to keep from hitting into it. Let's see. At the end of your turn, it's not going to do anything because it has Loop in its mouth. It's going to see if it gets its burning web back. It does. It's going to try to... It would go and wrap up Loop in its mouth.
Makes
burning
sense.
web. So, Loop, while it's grappling you, just and quickly spins you like a Cabal from Mortal Kombat, and wraps you up in this burning, awful, like melty web of goo, this interlocking, sticky substance. And then, let's see. It wants to get away from this bear. So bump, bump. But there's another bear over there.
Bears everywhere.
It won't move. Aloe, it's your turn.
All right.
I am probably going to fall over the instant it is my turn. Just FYI.
We'll see.
That's what I'm.
We'll see. You have a. You have a chance.
Have a chance. There's a chance.
You have 3 chances, in fact. No, sorry, you have 2
That's
chances.
true. Yeah.
Aloe, you see your Tabaxi friend just get wrapped up in this melty web, and Vrynna going to town on it with its maul.
My favorite
with
fighting
her maul.
game.
Yeah,
Melty web.
melty web.
Nice to hear. With a powerful dilemma.
The spider, with all the damage that it's taken,
Right.
it seems to be kind of like warbling, like kind of like unsteady as it kind of moves against the wall. It's bracing against the wall for balance, and the glow in its form of its fire elemental energy seems to be much duller now. So you know that you guys almost it's on its last legs. In fact, it only has 7 left.
Yeah, for sure.
No, it's feeling at about a 7 out of question mark.
But I think what I'm gonna do is revert to bird.
Okay.
Revert.
Revert.
Gonna walk up behind this cat, Mr. Looped himself.
It's me.
Pop open my spell book. Use my last spell on Cure Wounds.
Oh, what a hero.
Okay, go ahead and roll healing.
Oh, let's go! Okay, apply healing. Back up to near max.
Okay.
And I think that's my turn.
As you save this Tabaxi from the brink of fiery death, what does it look like?
Wait, let me back up a bit.
The brink of melty death.
Wow, what does this look like? I guess I just walk up to the web. I look at it for a bit, think about trying to cut it open, think about maybe trying to kill the spider instead. consider all the ways that could go wrong, and just kind of do some stuff with my talons.
Do I get a hug?
No, I'm
Aw.
sorry. You're grappled by a spider and covered in webbing. You're not getting a
But-
hug right
But
now.
I could get a hug.
I was already typing /roll 1d6.
I'm not taking
1d6
that.
mental damage from getting a night hug.
Oh,
But yeah, I just did some wavy stuff with my talons. It was like an air hug.
okay.
I got as close as I could get without actually touching the webbing.
Sick.
Some bright lights.
Radical.
Some
Some bright lights.
Tubular.
Big titty.
the druidic magic as you
tree-like thing.
quickly drag your talons over Tabaxi, just and it's almost like a
Yeah?
Robert, are you still there?
Robert!
it's almost like a salve of aloe healing your burns.
Mm.
as you feel better, and your turn.
I take the damage, I assume.
You do. You take 1 damage. Well, you take 1
It
fire.
wouldn't have even... Okay. I'm gonna...
Welcome to dice.
I know. I'm gonna make an
But it
attack
could've
roll.
mattered.
I'm gonna make an attack roll with disadvantage against the web to try and cut it open,
Go
right?
for it. Unfortunately,
Can't really reach my short sword.
yeah, like you're pinned against the wall and also wrapped up. There's like a brief respite from the burning, but we're not able to get our short sword in a manner that'll actually cut out the web. You can punch the web if you want.
It's true! I rolled to punch the web!
At disadvantage.
Let's
Aren't
go!
webs?
Oh, 10 is all you need!
Yo, let's go!
Are webs not immune to bludgeoning damage?
Webs are not immune to bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on, let me reread this.
Oh no!
It
My
does
web
actually have
bar.
more stuff. From the description, rest in peace.
No!
Brutal.
Don't want to screw you out of this heroic moment, but
No, it's fine.
You
Wait
can-
a sec. Oh, wait, no, because I chose the variant Tabaxi, so I don't have the claws.
aw,
Because I thought about it, but I don't think I have.
Yeah,
With what we did to
yeah, it removes all of the
simulate being
features.
deaf, I don't have the other features.
okay.
If this weren't a single session, I would not declaw you.
Yeah.
A 10 also misses the Inferno Spider, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
Vrynna. You see Looped Coil kind of struggling. Aloe runs up and appears to heal him. You've got the Inferno Spider. What do? You are embiggened. You're so big.
I'm gonna do what Embiggens do. It's what my it is what my character does. Don't got many options.
I know. It's
Do it
17
well.
hits?
it's
Alright.
a second level fighter thing.
Yeah.
Alright.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh!
How do you want to do this?
Alright.
As you take your maul and look at it and just, that's spiders. How do you want to end this creature's life? Take us out of combat.
I'm just incoherently roaring. Which again, still shifts between like normal human voice to like bear. But now deeper pitched, I guess, because I'm huge. I'm just, how do I want to do this?
It's got a hold of Loop. Loop's all wrapped up in this burning viscous goo. It's trying to chomp down on him. It screeches at you, and then.
Oh, okay. I do. So I do sort of like again the same kind of side swing into its face, and just sort of like smash it into the wall behind it.
All right. Hefting
I
your.
guess it would be like sort of like down from like an angle upwards
Okay.
to try and like smash it.
Hefting your maul of re-rolling, and you wind up like a as if you're at bat, and then just whoosh, it swings through the air. There's a hum to the as it disperses and creates this little air current, and then you snuff the flame of this inferno spider's life. It smashes into the wall, gross goo everywhere, and it's like there's all sorts of like crimson red viscera and ichor, and just it screeches as it curls up its death throes, and like it curls up in just like a spider's, because it is a spider. And then it explodes, and you both take 4 fire damage.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
As the fire just curls in, and then the fire elemental charge that has been supping on and has just explodes violently, and just the kinetic energy cascades over both Vrynna and Loop. After a moment, you guys catch your breath.
Heal wouldn't have mattered.
I didn't say that!
You guys catch your breath, just the goop of the spider is splattered against the wall with its singed tripwire type webbing. You've all trounced upon it, and what do you do?
Loop starts tearing at the webbing on his chest, and on his body as best he can.
Oh,
Just trying to get it off.
Take a point of fire damage, but I'll.
Oh, no.
You do manage to get the web off, but now that the 3 of you are all just no longer having to deal with a giant spider made out of fire, you do get the webbing off. But one more last singe for the road.
Am I still giant?
Lasts for an hour.
That's for an hour.
You're
Oh my
still
God.
Loop just kind of like scrambles back, like falling over himself, scrambles.
Alright, I'm just gonna say, on the last, bits of shifting plus giant potion, effectively void rage, Vrynna was, still just hitting the spider, just the corpse, just crushing it into pulp, as,
Oh wait,
definitely been over a minute.
It is a minute,
And-
actually.
It was a minute.
It is a minute. I was thinking about a different potion.
Okay.
The big potion. So the big potion, as you're slamming your maul into it over and over, you gradually get smaller and return to your size before you're just regular Vrynna.
Yeah, I gradually shrink and turn back to normal at the same time as I'm still hitting it, and I calm down as I come back to me and just kind of fall over, breathing, just off of a huge crash of everything.
You are now prone? No, I'm just kidding.
How much damage did I take? I went down to I went down to 10 HP, and I think I had 20. I had 28.
Lord. Yeah.
And now I'm at 13? I took so much damage. I think I took my health and a half.
Jeez.
Yeah, especially because you got a max roll healing potion.
And the second wind.
Mhm.
And bonus temporary health. I was.
As Vrynna remarks and reviews the battle.
Yeah, Vrynna is just like needs a second to take out everything that just happened. Yeah, she like leans against the wall, like heavy breathing.
Aloe
Well,
takes
we
a
know
short
what-
walk away from the giant burning spider. Just preens his feathers a bit.
Well, we know what happened to Ronald.
Aloe, you are now very clean. there isn't a singe mark on you. Well, not anymore anyway, after you preened and had your nice little create water out indoor shower.
Vrynna, between like heavy labored breaths, says, "I hope that's the last of any of them."
I think we've seen about all there is to see in this room.
Well,
I guess I don't really know what's up with these contraptions over here.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Pow.
This is so some spread flames rendered most of this equipment completely unusable. It's plain to see though that it seems to be what is left of an alchemical workstation. Clearly this is where like some of the formulas were brewed. There's bits of tubing that are marred with flame and burn marks that are connecting the two wooden stations. The drawers are out spilling everywhere. There's like piles of ash in front of you where you stand. There's broken stonework to your side. There's an unlit brazier. There's another unlit brazier. There's bottles everywhere. Broken, smashed bottles. Rolled a 4. You also find a potion of invisibility. It's clearly marked.
Speaking of which, the beginning imbibement is still in my inventory.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I actually used it. There we go.
Okay. Looped.
Oh yeah, I still got that wizard hooch too.
I think Vrynna might need a swig of it.
I don't know, it says poison
Where does it say poison?
on the item description.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I mean,
It's not actually poison. It's just a tag on it.
all alcohol is poison, but that's why we drink it.
I mean, all hooch is poison, but
Loop is gonna continue pushing on the bookshelves, trying to make it go like one full rotation. Or not one full rotation, but like get it back. He's pushing it in the same direction he wants it to be in the original orientation, if that makes sense.
okay, and you do so.
Okay.
With a grunt of exertion after the battle, just you manage to get the bookshelves back into its perpendicular plus shape.
We see, like, does that? What did that do exactly?
It didn't do anything before.
What did what do?
Turning the
bookshelf.
case to the 45 degree.
Oh yeah, you get the sense that it's just a revolving bookcase made for ease of access to the various books and utensils and other things that might be stacked upon these shelves.
How mundane for such a extravagant wizard.
On the other hand, well, player knowledge, I think we did the job.
Yeah. I mean, there was that one rat way back, but
True.
I'm joking. Yeah, I there's nothing else. There's no other exits, right? Nothing else here.
Not that I saw.
Investigation or perception check.
Actually,
To denote like
what's
if
the
you're doing
difference
just like
between
a
those two?
to denote like if you're just like looking around, taking a glance, and just like taking in the area, or investigation if you're actually like looking.
Loot is
Like seeing if
Like,
we're
What's the bonus? Are they different or are they the same?
investigation is off of int. Perception is off of wisdom.
Got it. So, perception.
investigation.
Oh,
All right. So you look around, still kind of interested in how mundane this spinning bookshelf is. But you look around, doesn't seem to be anything else moving. Vrynna, you see the tarp over on the end that appears to be just charred. And then Aloe, you also realize that we haven't really checked out over there yet because we immediately found the spider, and Ronald didn't get over here.
True.
But aside from that, aside from this one corner, everything else seems to be that you have scouted out the the basement of this wizard's tower / beer cellar to be. Before you lies the tarp, the dreaded tarp of mystery.
What if I light this brazier?
Oh, yeah. You can now see very nicely when you were previously stumbling around in the dark. It seems to be just kind of like a tarp that's just been draped down. It seems to be something that it's kind of sagging in the middle, where it can no longer sustain its own weight after the damage that has been done to it. You want to?
I'll investigate the tarp.
Okay. In here, you find some bones and charred smoked meat. The smell immediately offends your nose. Just this is all burned, old, decaying, rotting, discarded meat, presumably from the Inferno spider.
That checks out.
Give me an investigation check. Okay. You kind of kick at the bones a bit.
Yeah,
but that's about
roast
it.
meat is all clogging my nose, and I can't. Ugh, my eyes are watering. I'm getting away from this thing.
Right. It's definitely offensive to all senses.
Oh, nope. Not any better. Yep, it smells terrible.
All right. Well, you found out why Aloe moved away so quickly.
Looks at the two, stumbling away, coughing. No.
Coughing. You almost retch, but not really. It's like it's like you kind of throw up in your mouth a little bit, but not really.
It's the kind of noise.
One of those things where it's your friend tries something so awful that you're like, how awful could it really be? And I'm like, oh god, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's the Tupperware that you had lunch in one day and you closed it, but now it's time to wash it. But it's been 3 weeks.
Oh no!
And you and you open it, you're like, nope. It immediately hits your nose. It's like, oh. All right. You guys
come back from vacation, the fridge broke while you were away.
Oh no.
Oh no. It's a nightmare. Alright. I think that's everything here.
You guys
darn vermin.
I think Aloe would like to propose a short rest before we make our return.
Luke nods and slumps to the floor.
Wise decision.
Okay, go ahead and take your short rest as you all take a breather after your arduous battle against against a beast turned into a fire elemental to form a monstrosity of eldritch flame.
What a good die roll. 1 + 1. Let's go.
You both got that.
Wow.
Shout outs.
I may as well roll my other one.
Nice.
There we go.
Okay. And
I'm assuming hit die do not take you above your max health.
Correct.
No.
Okay.
And taking a breather, checking over your hurts, bandaging your wounds and your burns, you feel a little rested and able to make your way back up.
Yeah.
Job complete. Aloe, knowing that you are unable to see in these dark areas, you just click another produce flame and send it orbiting around your head.
Yep.
To light the way.
I guess we just stumble back through.
I can.
Yeah, we're moving to the front.
Okay.
You can.
All right. So as you move back to the door, the riddle door, it's still sobbing with loneliness. Oh, you've come back! Ha ha ha! Excellence! I am glad to see you. Here's another riddle. The riddle is wait. And I am assuming you're walking past it.
Yes.
wait.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Oh.
Loop has completely forgotten about the door.
I
He just wants to go.
had a riddle about clocks. You guys make it back to the cellar. Look around for the rat, the one rat that did inform you that there was a big danger.
That's true. We did.
Are you guys doing anything special about this, or you just
I would love to, but
okay?
I don't have any more spells left. I can't.
We
tell
just
him
took the
safe
ship.
now.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Okay. Would you like to look
We
for
can-
the rat?
Yeah.
Roll a perception check.
I roll to find rat.
Yeah.
I mean, I already did that, so.
Oh, let's go.
The stealth check and actually
Rat found. Rat found.
Some scrabbling, just cheep. So you hear some scratches between the barrels over here before he gets into the rest of the room. You have located the rat.
Can I do another animal handling check to motion calmly towards the rat?
You may.
God.
The rat kind of like you motion towards it, and this rat kind of like looks at, and then scurries off.
He wanted
Well.
so desperately to have a rat friend.
It scurries away. Vrynna, you can see it kind of like run past you and back into the cavern.
Wait, it's the exact opposite direction I wanted to go.
What would you like to do about it?
That seems so unnecessary to try.
What do you want to do about it?
No
I mean, if
kill
it's
with
going towards
overkill.
Make an attack roll.
No.
Overkill. This rat is going to the exact location of who
Yeah.
knows. There could be things we missed. I'm not risking it.
I don't support it, but I'm not going to stop you.
No.
This rat is going to the Shadow Realm.
The rat absolutely
Just like-
goes to the Shadow Realm. You
A
deal enough
tired-
damage to kill it 10 times.
A tired, labored, sigh, and I slam them all onto the rat trying to scurry.
Oh.
The rat is no more.
Loop jumps
Now
a
the
bit
job is done.
at the slam that he can feel but not hear. Turns back.
You see,
It's like, what?
you see a beleaguered Vrynna just maul at the side in her hand.
Aloe takes a moment of silence.
I just can't risk it.
Rest
That's
in
what
peace,
I,
little
what
man.
I say.
Loop makes his way up.
Okay. Make her way up. Knock on the hatch to the trapdoor. The hatch is opened, and there you see Booker Noy. He is anxious. He's actually waiting there, kind of like tapping his foot. He's got his chin in his hand, looking down. He sees you and he greets you. He seems to be joyful at your return. He may have been waiting anxiously by the door, waiting for your return and your good news. Maybe not. You don't know. He says, "Oh, my friends, welcome back. I trust you were successful, no?"
Yeah,
He's got
the rats are handled.
He's got this wide smile. His red flaming mane of hair behind him. He's got his arms wide, beckoning you.
Luke looks at him and like half raises his arms because he's so tired, and just signs in like broken like one word fragments. Dead rats, big spider, job done.
He signs back to you excitedly. Well done. He waves you all over and said, "Now come, you all seem very tired. Have a relaxed kick back. I will see to that you are all handsomely rewarded in both your stomachs and your coin purse. Come along." He leads you all back to the big tables in the other room. He gives like a sharp whistle, like a whoosh, and to the people that are working around. They all go towards the kitchen. They bring you back a selection of drinks, ales, bourbons, water, chocolate milk, regular milk, different juices, and they display it all before you. There's meats and vegetables, and he brings a big flagon, just pouring with a head of foam. Probably some Booker's blurb that he's been extolling the virtues of. Takes a big swig, looks at you all, is like, "Now, I am interested in your tale. Tell me, what all was going on down there? Is there a wizard's tower? I would love to hear." And then, as you all jovially and tiredly, but the bourbon and the spirits and the food brings you back to life and warms your insides. You guys talk away for the rest of the afternoon, and job done.
All right.
Job done.